And if the CFO and the manager wants to give us a recap on this resolution, which is sustaining the millage rate of 8.3 at this time, please do so.
We don't have a comment or a reiteration, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there a question or comment from the council? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the budget hearing and open up for public comments. Is there a comment from the attendees? Resolution 2020-29, which is to adopt the millage rate of 8.3. Kyle, I see Warner Dreher's hands raised. If we can please have Warner Dreher come in so that he may ask a question.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Perfectly, yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. My name is Warner Dreher, 486 Northeast 87th Street. Just had a quick question on the resolution itself. Do we need to list the actual 8.3? The one that I'm looking at here that was distributed, I didn't see the 8.3. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there any other question or comment from the attendees on this resolution? Seeing none, I'm going to public comments and I'm going to open it up back to the council. Can I get confirmation from the administration that 8.3 is in fact listed in the resolution itself? I know the agenda has a title, but in the totality of the resolution, 0.3 eliminated. Yes.
It is, section 2 states the 8.3 millage rate for the next fiscal year.
Yes.
And then I would just add that the Excel worksheet that the council has, column H is where 8.3 is listed for the council, and so it may not be visible to the PDF for the public, but we do have it in our Excel under column H as 8.3.
And also, just for the record, when the clerk sent out on Friday evening, she sent out all the documents as Word, not as PDF, so they should have gotten it if they would just probably move over a little. But that is correct, it is column H. Any other questions or comments from the council to the administration? Seeing none, I'm gonna go once, twice. Madam Clerk, may I please get roll call for resolution 2020-29?
Councilman Pereira,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0
Thank
on
you.
second reading.
Attorney Powell, can you please have resolution 2020-30 read into the record?
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, adopting an operating budget for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021, pursuant to Florida Statute Section 200.065, Trim Bill, authorizing expenditures of funds established by the budget, authorizing encumbrances, authorizing issuance of checks, providing for grants and gifts, providing for post audit, providing for adoption of representations, providing for severability, providing for conflict and repealer, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. This is the resolution where we adopt the incoming 2020-21 budget. I'm going to ask for a motion to consider resolution 2020-30 and then a second, and then we'll open up for discussion from the members of the council. And then of course, we'll open up from discussion from members of the public. Having said that, is there a motion for resolution 2020-30?
Make a motion for resolution 2020-30, Madam Mayor.
There's been a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Councilperson Urban. There is a motion to consider resolution 2020-30, which is to adopt the budget for the fiscal year 2020 through 2021. If I can please now have the manager and CFO come forward to go over any open questions that were left from the first hearing. And then I'm going to open it up for discussion from the council. And then I will close the budget hearing and open it for the public for public comments.
Alright.
I'll let our CFO address it, but I will say that we did take note from the previous budget hearing and reviewed all of those items and addressed them. So I'll let CFO Wallace get more involved with the details for that.
Thank you. So we did make the changes that the council had wished at the first budget meeting. There was a great deal of discussion regarding the public affairs budget. It was the council's wish to take half of what was budgeted in those line items and apply it to the police department budget for tasers. We also had to add some money to that budget to provide for enough money to buy the tasers as was directed. So both of those things, you will see the public affairs budget reduced. You will see in the police budget, the last line item, the equipment for tasers is in there. There was some title changes for the public works employees. There was some confusion or clarification, I guess, on how the public works budget was distributed between the general fund and the streets and roads funds. That is totally appropriate to do. I think at the end of that discussion, everyone was fine with it, but we did change the title of salaries to reflect the fact that it's for the public works employees. And with that, there really weren't that many other changes. So this is the final adoption. If you have any changes tonight, this would be effective after you make those changes, I guess. You've already adopted the millage rate, so that's good. And that has to be done first under Florida law. So now it's just a matter of the budget that you have and what you want to do with it. But I believe we've made all the changes since then. We've had a few calls to us since the meeting, and we've heard those comments and have made the changes. So I guess we'll just turn it back over to the elected body to deliberate.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments to the from the council to the administration? Vice Mayor Nickerson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, before this meeting started, I'm sure we all got the email from one of our residents, Courtney Kurt. Mr. Kurt, I don't know if everybody saw that email. He said he couldn't be here tonight, but he did have a couple of questions really quickly about the budget. One of the questions that he had was, when you look at the administration and finance page, you see where it says the building repairs and maintenance for $10,000. He had a question on how that differentiates from the Village Hall repairs and maintenance from Public Works for $5,000, Madam Manager.
We have varying repairs and maintenance. The Public Works one would be like the gate being repaired or the light fixtures that were, so there are things that fall under Public Works and then the building itself. So we have those two separate funds for that.
So the one for administration and finance would be what type of items?
Would be like the repair of the air conditioning unit, the repair of the windows, the repair of things that come up throughout with the village. Mind you, we had $30,000 budget allocated before, and we passed that last year, but we cut that to $10,000 in an effort to just do a lot of trimming this season, but we still wanted a little cushion in case something comes up.
So it's better, in your opinion, to keep it separate because in your opinion, would it be like the administration and finance is about the Village Hall itself and Public Works is like things outside of the Village Hall? Or
yes, very well could be, and usually is. It's just that we do need to still repair, gates and very different things outside of the Village Hall where there needs to be a repair budget for that.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. On the Public Works, where it says contingencies would be, Madam Manager, what type of?
Again, the contingencies was a section that our CFO put in there just for cushion in case of just something that should come up. And I don't know if you want to give a little more detail about that, Mr. Wallace, but
Sure.
it says, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, every budget should have amounts for unexpected items, and that's what that represents. It's the difference really between the revenues and the expenditures. And you always have things that come up, number one. Number two, with any sort of luck, you won't have anything that come up. And to the extent that you don't, then you should, if everything else holds according to plan, you should have money left over, which should help reduce your $350,000 fund deficit in the general fund that resulted from Irma. So it's a way of digging yourself out of the hole while also being prepared for any unexpected things that come up during the year. And it's been my experience over time that there's always unexpected things that come up during the year. So that's what that represents. It's just in public works because honestly, it's the last line items of before debt service. It could show up anywhere. I mean, I don't really care where it shows up, but it needs to show up somewhere.
That was my only, question and concern, because I don't want people to think it's only for public works.
No, it's not. It's not.
So we could, go ahead, Madam Mayor, I see what you. Madam Mayor, did you want to?
No.
I didn't know if we wanted, I think we might want to put that somewhere that's more general, so people don't think it's only for public works.
Well, we can do that if you want. Where would you prefer to put it? I mean, we're not married to where it is, so we can just put it down there with debt service, which isn't really a department, and you'll still see it when you get reports. We could set it off to the side.
Yeah, that would be great if we could do that. Thank you. I appreciate that. My only last thing, just for clarification, Madam Mayor, if I may, on the police page, you guys, where it says repairs and maintenance vehicles. And this is for, Madam Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this because of our status as far as the lease program? Because where it says 15,000 for the budget for the repairs and maintenance vehicles, but yet we spent 21,000. I just want to make sure it's not under budgeted.
Well, repairs is different from lease. We don't have a lease program yet. We're looking into that, but no, this is just for repairs, expected things that are going to come up, and they do until we get out of the situation. But even if we did the lease program, we discussed a phasing in, so there will be repairs that will come with that. So we wanted to have.
So my question, Madam Manager, was are we under budgeting then? Or, no?
Well, possibly if we keep the current fleet we have, but we need to really review how we're going. And my charge for this budget cycle was to find as many savings as possible so that we can have some, some opportunity later for such as the lease program and buying the vehicles for the code enforcement and public works. So it's not under, but we're budgeting like we did last year so that we keep things as lean as possible. But we have to realize that those cars aren't going to get us through another fiscal year.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it.
Now we have Councilperson Urbam. I wasn't watching the order here, so I see Urbam and Perella's hand raised, so I'm just going to go in order of my participants here. Councilperson Urbam.
Good evening. Okay, if it's all right, I'm just going to kind of start at the top here. So in revenues, I know that we don't have a lot of options. However, I did have one question on alarm permits and fines. It's left as blank through this past fiscal year and nothing allocated for next year. Madam Manager, I was just curious to know, full disclosure, I am behind on my permit sticker right now. I have an outdated sticker on my window. However, I do know that there are many residents who have, up-to-date permits, and so I'm just curious to know if we have any anticipation of revenue from the alarm permits.
Chris?
I'll let our CFO answer.
Yeah, this came up during a couple of workshops. This line item is going to be a new account, as you can see. we weren't able to pull off the detail. We do get some money from alarm permits and fines, but we separated this out so that during fiscal year 21, you'll be able to monitor it. It's currently being occasionally posted to miscellaneous revenues, but there were those on the council that wanted to separate it out so that it could be managed better. So that's the intent there. So as we get those revenues, that's where it's going to get posted, and you'll be able to see it, and we'll be able to forecast it better, because now it's all stirred up in one of, miscellaneous revenues. It's pretty difficult to pull out.
Okay, very good. And then my only other question in revenues is, Mr. CFO, if you would just explain a little bit about police off-duty details, how that works for the revenue, and then conversely in the expenditures.
All right, well, we have them as both the revenue and expenditure, as you noted. They should offset each other pretty much from, every report that we give you. When officers work not in the normal course of their duties, I'll just explain what off-duty detail is in case there's a member from the public, because I think that was part of your question. Police officers in just about every city earn extra money by working off-duty. Businesses or other cities call up the village and ask for someone to work at a business, or for the other city at a business. And those businesses pay a flat rate per hour with a minimum number of hours usually for that officer's time. And in turn, the businesses or the other cities are billed. And then we also have an expense called off-duty detail expense when the officers are paid every 2 weeks. They're paid a flat rate as well. And those two numbers should wash each other out. If we see that the revenues are less than the expenses, that tells us that we have to follow up on, a business or another city to make sure we're getting reimbursed for that time that we've already paid the officers for.
Okay.
So that's the nature of off-duty detail.
And then a difference in the other direction, I think it was a $700 difference we're looking at. The revenue is $700 more than the expenditure forecasted. Is that a nominal amount that is essentially?
Yeah, we're hoping to do a small administrative fee, which is common.
Okay.
The city has some paperwork issues, but hopefully a little bit more. I mean, ideally, you'd want a little bit more than the expense just to make it worth your while paperwork wise to do it.
Very good. But if it's a benefit to our officers, then it's also.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
They earn extra money for that, and it's
Perfect.
not going to cost the taxpayers anything. So it's a good benefit for them.
Okay. All right. And then moving into expenditures, legislative. I really was thinking critically about the police budget, and I saw what the chief had done with his budget, and it was so very evident that he was making some pretty considerable sacrifices in a couple of line items. I would like to propose that in the legislative expenditure category, I would like to propose that the council considers cutting the discretionary fund in half for next year and moving half of the discretionary fund into the general budget. So it's budgeted for 10,000 as it is every year. I would suggest to the council that we drop that to 1,000 per council person instead of 2,000 just for the next fiscal year. I mean, if we don't look at very real solutions here, I don't think we can just plow ahead as normal. So I would like to propose that we cut that in half to 1,000 per council person. That would save us $5,000. In addition, under memberships, education, and training, which is the next line item, it's budgeted at 1,500. I would like to propose we drop that by 500 down to 1,000. That would give us a total of $6,500 in savings out of the legislative category. So to recap for this category, my recommendation is that we reduce the council's discretionary fund by half to 1,000 per council person, saving $5,000, and then memberships, education, and training for the legislative category reduced from 1,500 down to 1,000, saving an additional $500 with a total of $6,500 in savings out of this category. That's my proposal. I'm open to any comments, but I'm also prepared to move along fairly quickly here. I know we have a lot to do tonight.
If I
Go
could-
ahead, please. Yes.
So on that, you have the total as being 6,500.
Well, if I reduce the discretionary fund by 5,000, oh, forgive me. Yes, 5,500. Forgive me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I was when I was making my notes, I was a little ambitious and considered reducing the education by 1,000, but I think I reconsidered that. Okay, 5,500. Forgive me. Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. CFO. All right, and then under admin and finance, just a couple of questions. I just want to remind us all that contracted accountant, we have budgeted at 72. In theory, there's an opportunity for some savings there next year. We won't know until we get into it, it sounds like. And then if you could, Mr. Wallace, please just for the benefit of the residents watching, we have the one item for contracted accountant, and then oh, forgive me, IT contractual services. The next one, 25,000. There we go. The next item right below contracted accountant is IT contractual services. So are we confident that we are going to continue with the same format in terms of the level of IT involvement in committee meetings and things to that effect? Is there an opportunity here for savings in that IT contractual services?
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
that's for our internal IT. The
Okay.
Full Moon you're talking about is Full Moon.
Is
I
under
think
the
that's
clerk.
Under clerk.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right, continuing. I know I highlighted a couple of things that might be obvious, or I might have already answered myself, but I'm gonna.
But I
go
will
through
say
here.
about that item, I did promise to do an RFP for that later, once we get.
Yeah, I remember that we had discussed it. Okay, very good. Miscellaneous staff events, where I see we cut that in half, and that was okay, adequate. All right. I'm down to planning and zoning now. Appraisal fees, Mr. Wallace, if you could please just, I see that there was 17,000 in appraisal fees for the last fiscal year, and we have nothing forecasted for the coming year.
Yeah, my recollection was that was a one-off deal for whatever happened in fiscal year 2019, but it didn't recur this year, and we don't expect it next year.
Okay, very good. All right, and then into the clerk, there we go, video recordings and transcripts. I have that highlighted, and thank you, Madam Manager, you've answered that question. And then the website move for public affairs at 3,500. Had a question in here somewhere about that. Give me half a moment and I will remember it. No, I think we've addressed that at the first budget hearing, and I do believe I'm satisfied with what we discussed. Public affairs. Don't believe I had any notes outside of what we have established and discussed. Only to consider, so in public affairs, as we discussed, dropping the buy-in for the League of Cities dinner down to 1,500, as we discussed, dropping the buy-in for the Miami Shores Gala down to 1,500. I am a little concerned about leaving out, I know National Night Out, because of the dates, may not be happening, and so I know we discussed that. But then also with the role models, are the National Night Out and the role models events both essentially scrubbed for the coming fiscal year?
Well, we don't know. I know the role models is in January, so I think it may be too early to say that that's still going to be happening. I don't know.
I would just like to offer to the council to seriously consider nixing one of the galas to accommodate supporting both the role models and the National Night Out. I would think we would be better serving the community for those, and I don't want to get into a big political discussion tonight, even though we are all politicians, but as far as the benefits from the League of Cities dinner and the benefits from the Miami Shores Gala, I'm more in favor of the Miami Shores Gala because those proceeds go to the scholarship. And it seemed that the benefits to the village for supporting the League of Cities was backseat to the benefits provided to council members, is the way it was presented. So my 2 cents is if we have to choose between one or the other, I would choose Miami Shores Gala over the League of Cities for the next year. And then if it came down to it, I would be in favor of supporting the Miami Shores Gala nominally, maybe not with a table purchase, but so that we could support National Night Out if that occurs, as well as the role models if that occurs. I know that's a lot to throw at you, Mr. Wallace. I don't know if you are able to keep up with notes on my tangents here, but
Well,
all right.
It actually brings up a question on how you want to go. I am taking notes.
Yeah. No, I know.
I foresee the only change that you really, specific change up till now that you really have made was to the discretionary money and the membership education and dues.
Right. And what I'm, yeah. And kind of what I'm talking about now is probably a larger discussion for the council to have in January.
Yeah, and it could be, you do have, I mean, it's not a lot of money, but you guys you don't even know if it's going to happen because of
Right.
COVID-19 was the discussion. But remember, you do have that contingency amount that if you decided because COVID, went away and you were able to have these events, you could reach into that pot to fund them.
Okay.
Or you could take it from another line item. So you have a little cushion, that you should use sparingly, but you do have a cushion.
Very good. All right. I'll move right along quickly here. I'm into the police budget. So, Chief, I might have a couple questions for you if you're available. The off-duty details was answered. Chief, I did have a question if you might speak to it on comp time. I'm just curious to know if you feel that is an adequate amount, the 4,300 projected for comp time for the force.
Yeah, I believe it is at this point. I don't see any problems that we had in the past year per se.
Okay.
If there's other monies eventually moving down the future, I would rather see them earmarked for that. I think the comp time were okay, but thank you for asking.
Okay, you got it. And then this might be for the attorney or perhaps Mr. Wallace, but under professional fees, legal other, we have it budgeted at 20,000. I feel like we need to have a frank discussion about this because I understand that 20,000 is a placeholder, but considering the activity in this line item the past year and the forecast as the council sees it for the coming year, I just think we need to be as deadpan honest and as realistic as possible when we're talking about this budget. And so if somebody could speak to why we chose 20,000 for the professional fees, legal other in the police budget.
Well, I think that was the budgeted amount for the current year. And as you noted, because of lawsuits and the labor negotiations, you really spent a lot more than that. And it's hard to identify when you're going to get some sort of labor action. The police is not just your department, but all police departments are, it's pretty common to see expensive labor actions in that operation. Now, working to your benefit is you don't have a large department, but you still have ongoing labor disputes that you're going to have to address. So you're going to have some expenditure. The longer that goes on, the more money you're going to spend on it. But I think as far as a budget item, that's just mirrors what was appropriated for the current year.
Okay, very good. On that, I'd like to highlight that for the council to keep that in mind and keep an eye on that as we seek additional revenues for the coming year. All right, Chief, once again, if you could, repairs and maintenance of vehicles. I know 15,000 is a placeholder. I know we have discuss this at length, but if you could just remind the council and the residents how we feel about that 15,000 budgeted for maintenance of vehicles. And Madam Manager, I'm sorry, you can, yeah.
The fleet, well, for lack of a better word, is decrepit. I mean, the take-home cars are in good condition. They're taken care of well. They're out of warranty now, but they're taken care of. But the rest of the fleet, 15,000 would almost be optimistic. Nonetheless, we fully understand what the needs and the fiscal issues that are going on. But it was brought up, months ago, and moving forward, it's certainly not to be penny wise and pound foolish. The leasing program is certainly the way to go in the future, because this is just going to be more costly and costly with these vehicles and the issues we're having right now. And I would say right now, certainly not too far into the future, is going to be a time where tough decisions are going to have to be made, if for no other reason than to save the village money moving forward. 15,000 will get us through. I'd like to say it's going to get us through the whole year with the cars that are constantly having to be repaired. If they're minor repairs, it'll work.
Okay.
If it's a major repair, what's going to happen is it's going to take a large chunk of that money, and or we're going to be down one more car. So that's
All
in
right.
a nutshell, sir.
Very good, thank you. And then I'd also just like to remind the council that the fleet of the police, as well as the step plan issues and the PBA, are going to be our two priorities for the coming year. It seems fairly obvious. So, and then the last line item in the police is the tasers. So I know residents had questions, so I would just remind them that this is a very important issue, because this gives our officers an additional option. And the more options that the officers have, the better the outcome is going to be for both our officers and the public. So in that, we established that we found about half, it sounds like, of that taser budget in public affairs. And I'm hoping that if my recommendations for the legislative cuts occur, that would be the other half of that taser budget. And then maybe even, I think I had it as like an extra $120 something, $170 or something. So I'm hoping that we can get there from there. And I know I saw, as we get down to public works, there was some a little bit of savings there too. All right. Building, oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I just wanted to point out that we did cobble together, and we met with the chief to make sure it was enough for his taser program, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've put enough money in there to do his program. Most of it came from the cuts you made for public affairs. The rest we cobbled together from other places. So Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we did put all the money that was based on the quote that he was given for that. So, I don't think you need to find money for that, because I think we already did that for,
Okay. That's wonderful. All right. And thank you for everybody who put in the hours to make that happen. All right, building and code enforcement. I had, okay. So under professional fees, building permits, we're at 47.2 and projected is 70 for this fiscal year. I'm just curious about this fiscal year. Is that still a realistic projection, moving from 47 up to 70?
Well, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, well, I think that for permitting activity, it's hard to forecast. We had COVID-19, but during that period of time, people were pulling pool permits for your size city, which was kind of astounding. So I don't know, a lot of people started doing renovations, I guess, while they were home. I don't know what to tell you about building permits, other than you get a piece of the action, if you will. So when you charge the revenues, when you bill a revenue in the form of a building permit, you're also embedded in that. You're getting a piece of the permit goes to the contractor, and you keep a small portion of it as well. So in theory, it should be revenue neutral.
Okay.
How that's going to plan out, has been, I would have thought it would have dropped off during COVID-19, but not just in your city, but elsewhere. You know, some of the hottest stocks right now are Home Depot and Lowe's because
Right.
people are just, you know, I guess they're just staying home doing stuff.
All right, very good. And then just a reminder to the council that the both Public Works and code enforcement vehicles also are at top of the priority list and near critical. I know the code enforcement vehicle is critical. I know the Public Works truck is near critical. All right, Public Works. Let's see. I had one question about contractual services and lawn. To date, we have it at just short of 16, projected to 35. If I could have someone speak to what we're looking at with that.
I think it's mostly just a delay in billing. And keep in mind that that number is as of July 31st. So you've got 2 more months of billing in there really. But we expect,
Okay.
you know, go back where it was or what was budgeted.
All right, very good. And then similarly, the contractual services general, I see that we're at just short of 21 currently, and we projected 15. We're projecting 15 again next year. If we could just have an idea of, does that have to do with? I'll just take a shot in the dark and say it has to do with the additional cleaning billing for the COVID-related issues within the village. Paul.
Are you talking about for the general engineering line item?
Yeah, contractual services general.
Most of that, what's going into general engineering is paid to Craig Smith and Associates.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. And are we confident in that number of 15 for next year? Right. Or we feel like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, here's my guess with this on engineering. Historically, you've charged, not all of this, but there's been part of this general engineering that's really related to stormwater or to roads and streets. And it's really those invoices should be paid out of those funds and not out of the general engineering and the general fund. So we're hoping that those costs that do arise for streets and roads are paid for out of streets and roads. And those that arise for stormwater, which I think you're going to be having more and more of that, are paid out of the stormwater fund.
Okay. All right. And then just as a reminder, custodial services, we're moving that line item, which is why it's down to no projection for next year. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Let's see. I believe that is all I had for Public Works. And then moving along, I don't know that I had too much else for, let's see, down to expenditures. Let me go over here and see what I hit a column. One moment. All right. Line 257, street and sidewalk repair. If you could just elaborate a little bit on what we're looking at with our current, where that current total of 70,600 is coming from, and then the projected of 32 for next year, just for the benefit of the residents, please.
Right. The 70,600 is basically the difference between what we expect to come in and what we have to spend. You're going to be getting less money from gas taxes, more than likely next fiscal year and this year as well. So we are forecasting, you're using the state's estimate on income for next year. So we begin with that for the next year's budget. Then we've reallocated, as we discussed earlier, part of the Public Works salaries that deal with streets and roads, their efforts towards maintaining streets and roads in the village. We also moved over the tree trimming along rights of way because that's a road and streets expenditure. And then basically everything that's left over, you could use for potholes or just roll back over in the fund balance for bigger projects down the road. But you do have money for streets and road maintenance in this fund. And it's basically the difference between the revenues that you expect to get, less the known expenses that we have. And then basically anything you want to spend on maintenance, you can, or it would just stay within that fund for future years.
Okay, very good. I believe that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, Councilperson Pearl, you have your hand up? And I'll go through every member of the council. Go ahead, Councilperson Pearl.
No, go ahead, Madam Mayor.
No, I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, Mr. Orbaum actually went over a few questions that I had, so saved me some time over here. But one of the questions that I need to touch on again for the, I don't know, third time, it's about the this salary for the public works staff. Because we see it on the line over here. There was something that was never voted on to raise the salary, from my understanding. We had these staff are always at 26,000 for what I see from the previous budget. But now adding the 21 plus the 14,000 from the gas money, it will put it up to 35,000. Is the council okay with it? Is it something that needs to, I was reviewing even Biscayne Park when the public works, they have 3 workers and they actually get paid $32,000 a year. So again, it's not like the village has the worst paying workers. So I need to know from you all if you're okay with that, because I'm not. Obviously, going from 26 to 35, it's a big jump. And also, I know we're gonna go over the legal services, and it wasn't clear to me whether we were gonna keep it at 96,000 and we were gonna go down to 75 like it was said before. So it's kind of like unclear in all those 2 items, and as well as what Anders was saying about the discretionary funds. I thought we had about $9,000 left for the year, and we're gonna reallocate that for something else. So again, there's any, do I have to make a motion about this? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Madam Mayor. So I think that, Madam Manager, if you could just kind of explain why, walk us through why, what in the past the Public Works individual would make and why the change now. That's when we start there. Maybe that'll provide some clarity to all of us.
Okay. The change came because the former maintenance worker was part-time, worked 4 hours a day and did maintenance in some public works and earned $24,000 annually for that. And it was also paid, as a, part-timer. So the present worker is a full-time worker, but he's only making the $24,000 annually. And just to just make up for that and to give a wage that would be, commensurate to the work, we discussed raising the salary, but I had to find a location of, how do we make up for a full-time position, for a lean budget. And this is when we saw that there was an opportunity that the interim CFO presented. So that is why the salary increased, because it's a full-time position now and he does full-time work.
So just for clarification, before I turn it back over to Councilperson Perrella, for everybody watching, so he was a part-time position, he was a part-time worker, now he's full-time. I think that everybody that goes from part-time to full-time, usually those individuals get paid more money. So I think that's the answer to the first question.
Exactly. It was the part-time salary. But this person has been working full-time for us. This salary was budgeted at part-time. However, when the former worker left, I had to fill the position and it was a full-time worker. This gentleman worked full-time, but the salary was extremely low. And we discussed, look, when there's an opportunity, I will revisit it. And this is why it is before you now that I'm, would like this increase for the staffer for retention purposes and because he does full-time work.
Thank you, Madam Manager, for that. Councilperson Perrella, as far as what you brought up about the attorney fees or the attorney salary, that just goes to, look, that's up to all of us, right? Like that just goes to I think part of the problem is that the attorney discussion is next meeting. So there's a lot of things that, we're not going over right now. But I think where you're coming from, Councilperson Perrella, when you're saying that, does it have to be what it is? Could it be lower? I think falling into that question has to be the question of what are we going to consider all inclusive when we do hire the attorney, right? Because if the attorney, if all inclusive means that this attorney can cover, a large area, then, the 96 might make sense. But if the attorney can't cover a large area, then maybe it should drop down. So, but unfortunately, that's a question that we're probably going to get into in the next meeting. So I'm not sure what to do about that, but that's just my opinion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any other member of the committee, the council has any other questions on the budget? Before I open
Okay,
up.
Megan, I'm sorry to interrupt, just to be clear. So you guys are okay with paying 35,000, going to 26 to 35. And again, that's $17 an hour. It's my issue with Public Works is like, we don't have a department, we don't have equipment. So the public work, other than, fixing little things here and there and picking up the debris and the garbage around the village, can actually perform anything else, cannot repairing, the streets or do anything else, or trim some trees in around the parks and do anything else. So to me, I think that's I'm not okay with it.
Just about the duties of the Public Works staffer, he also does more than that. There is a cleaning, but there's also reporting that has to be done. He has to participate in the LMS quarterly meetings. He participates in the Parks Coalition meetings. He does trainings. He's also at the actually suggestion of our tree board, we want to get him arborist licensing so that he can do a lot of our tree trimming. I mean, he does it now, but we'd like to get in more. And you understand that even today, we've spent almost $1,000 taking down a dead tree. That's something that if he was better trained, we could have that in-house. So there are a lot of opportunities to utilize a public works person. That we don't have a department, but until recently I was doing the public works and I'm the village manager. So we need someone to handle more substantive things when it comes to public works and to coordinate that. He's a one-person show like all of the other departments. So
And I understand, but I think it was something that should be progressively, raised, not, and once he gets all the certifications or more experience and a lot of other areas that he can actually perform, then it should be, raised. But for now, I think that's a heavy, increase.
So I think for purposes of time, it's 8 o'clock. I think that what I'd like to hear is what are all of the council members, your positions and some of the changes that you'd like to see. I'd like to get a comment in, and then after we get the public comment in, we're going to come back to the council, and I'm going to at that point ask if anybody has a motion or recommendation to make a change. and then you see if you get your second, and we'll do a vote on that, okay? So let's, and I think that Councilperson Erblum has laid out a few things that he'd like to see. You're laying out up 2 or 3 things that you'd like to see. Vice Mayor Nickerson has things. Let's go ahead and open up for public comment, and then I'm going to circle back to all of us and see if there's a motion to adopt a change. Keep in mind that the totality of the dollar is what we're voting on. So if it shifts departments, correct me if I'm wrong, CFO, we're still okay. If we shift dollars to another, it's totality of the dollar amount that we're voting on. So let's go ahead and, let's see.
Well,
Chris, did you wanna-
You are voting for appropriations on a line item basis and within departments, but you are limited overall, I think is what you're saying, in the overall budget. That's already determined by your millage rate.
The millage rate. So if it's okay with all of you, let's open up for public comment. It's a hearing. And then once we hear come back to the council, I'll ask if there's a motion for anything for consideration, and then we'll take it from there. We're all good with that? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comments. Thank you. Kyle, we have first Sandra Valencia, and then we have Warner Dreyer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sandra Valencia, 8633 Northeast Miami Court. Just taking advantage of the last conversation, I am in total support with Council Pirella regarding that huge jump from 26,000 to 35,000. Even if it's just full-time, sorry, from 18,000, because it was actually that last year. Oh no, budget last year was 26,000, sorry, to 35,000 this year, I think is a huge jump. I actually last week or the week before, I asked for a couple of records, public records, and one of the public records requests I made was to have a look of this guy's public works employee. By the way, the public works director just really is just laughable, to be honest. It's just a public works employee. We don't have a department. He's not a director or anything, and we should actually change that. He's a public works employee, or it's not even a manager. Anyways, at the end of the day, I asked for the resume, his profile and all, and I just cannot believe that we're gonna pay $35,000 to this person. And please forgive me, I'm not disrespecting anybody, it's not personal, but we cannot pay $35,000 to this person, the same amount of money that we're paying our police officers. It's just not okay. In my opinion, I read the resume, I read his profile, I read a lot of the activities he does on a weekly basis. Yes, he has a ton of activities, little activities or whatnot. He's going through certifications and training and whatnot. And I totally agree with Councilperson Pirella that making this jump of $14,000 from one year to another, even though he can make more hours, maybe it's not 4 hours, we can pay him by hour, but $35,000 that we pay to our police officers is just seriously terribly wrong managed. It will be an insult to our police officers, and we should actually care for them deeply. So that I agree with. So now I just noticed a couple of things, and I asked for a public records request regarding public affairs items, and I still see the league dinner $5,000 there as an expenditure. I asked for the payout. Yes, it was a payout, it was paid, but yet again, my question to the manager, why don't we get, I understand why the Miami Shores Gala, we actually left, we kept the money with them. I mean, we didn't actually ask for the refund of the $5,000 because that goes to charity. Okay, I'm okay with that. But I'm gonna ask you, manager, what happened with the league dinner, $5,000? Why haven't we gotten any refund if that dinner didn't happen?
I haven't.
Sandra, Sandra, this is Mayor Cabillos. If I can just step in for 1 minute, for purposes of time, I agree with your question and I agree with your emails. But again, for purposes of time, can we focus on the budget that we're voting on, which is next fiscal year? The budget that you're implying to is our current year, which does not impact the next year because we've already reduced that line item to 1,500 or possibly even lower.
Right. Okay.
So again, we're voting on the incoming year.
Okay, but I will keep on asking all this public record requests because I would like to see that money. I don't understand where that money is. So in regards to the item, the line item, hold on a second. The public, no, sorry, blah, 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 blah. Going back, I'm going to my notes. The contracted accountant, we are jumping from 58,000 to 72,000. That's a huge jump, and I want to understand why. And let me explain my my question right now. I asked for public records in regards to his the CFO that we have right now, his resume, his profile, whatnot, his experience. I found out that he's not even a CPA. So I want to understand, why are we jumping from 58 to 72,000 for next year for someone that is just, I don't believe he has the credentials to actually get that to that bigger jump from one year to another. Can you please explain that to me?
I can explain that when we had a lack and we did not have CFO services because our former CFO's team moved on and we dismissed them, we had to look to find someone quickly. I reached out to the Florida League of Cities for assistance in just finding someone quickly. So Mr. Wallace was highly recommended. I called around to just get references. People all had wonderful things to say about him. To be the CFO, you don't have to be a CPA. He was very clear about that when he was introduced to the council. And we are allotting for this funding because that's what we're paying him presently. But this was always an interim relationship. I don't know what the CPA will, or the CFO will cost when we do the RFQ or RFP for this, this position. So we left it at that and hope that we may see some savings when we identify the permanent. But for now, this is what Mr. Wallace is being paid. But the intention was always to do 3 to 6 months. But we had coronavirus and now we're in budget. So we're extending it a bit, but he is not our permanent CFO, and that is what we needed for the temporary until we got through the interim and then through this process.
I appreciate the explanation. So my recommendation as a resident will be that we need to go back to the, going down to the 60s. 72,000, I think is just too much for, I don't think we need a CFO, to be honest. We are a small community. There's not much, this is not Miami Shores. This is, I don't know, this is not Miami-Dade. I think we can actually manage a CPA, a good CPA we can manage, or probably an accountant that is actually a little lower. I think 72,000 is just too much, in my opinion. My recommendation would be just to find something else. And I'm happy to see that we lower certain, expenditures for next year in the public affairs, especially now that we need to save money wherever we need to. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sandra. If I could please have Warner Dreyer, and then we have Margaret.
Good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good evening. We can hear you perfectly.
All right, thank you. My name is Warner Dreyer, 486 Northeast 87th Street. So just have 2 comments. It's regarding, I guess, the Public Works. So first comment is in our PDF file that we received, it still shows as Public Works Director. But I understand based on the conversation and the documents that you might have, it doesn't reflect that title. So that was just the one comment. And second, I'm not sure whether, if there's actually a change from part-time to full-time regarding this position, an increase of amount of duties or changes in the job description. My question is, has this been brought up to the Public Works Committee meeting for review? And I guess I agree on that new job description to bring up to council for approval on the increase in or change in the job description or changes in the job pay. So that's my question. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilperson. Sorry, thank you, Warner Dreher. Margaret, please, next.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Good evening.
Okay. Hi, this is Dr. Margaret Okonkwo. Good to see everyone.
Can't see you, though.
I'm sorry?
We can't see you. We can only hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. My concern is the.
State your name and address for the record, please. My apologies.
Sorry, Margaret Okonkwo, and the address is 211 Northeast 89th Street. That's a commercial property in El Portal. And just something that I've spoken to 3 village managers starting in 2015 with Jason, who left the village for another job, David Rosamond, Christia Liu. I've spoken to the mayor, the vice mayor, for about 5 years regarding the potholes in front of my building. And I see in here under special revenue fund, sidewalk and street repairs, or under the transportation fund, that there's $70,000 that was allocated this year. It has a line through it from May 31st, 2020. I don't know if that means nothing if it has been spent. And then there's also a proposed budget of $32,000. And, my question is, when I chose to come into this village and purchase this property and renovate it from what was a absolute horribly maintained and rundown property, I put a lot of money into that property. I came in with my business for 3 years. I've chosen to move on. Another business is trying to come in there. I've had several people try to come and rent it. I've had people who want to purchase it, and every single entity has complained about the massive potholes in front of that property. Those potholes have gotten bigger and bigger in the 5 years that the village has said that they are going to repair it. And I just want to know how the village in this budget, how they're going to allocate those funds and how they're going to determine how to allocate the funds. Is it length of time of damaged streets and potholes? Because mine's been 5 years. Is it size of pothole? Because that pothole is now 12 feet by 24 feet. Depth, because the pothole is about 5 to 8 inches. Danger to the public, people driving by, motorcycles, bicycles, kids running by. I don't know. I'm just wanting to maybe get some clarity on how this money is going to be spent and how the village intends to prioritize and allocate those funds. It's been 5 years that this village has told me, as the owner of that property, that those potholes would be fixed. Now, commercial properties are in crisis right now. I don't know if anybody, who's present today owns a commercial property. They're struggling. This country is going to see a massive collapse. And the village can either have all empty properties, that in church, that property is not going to get filled anytime soon. You guys can have all empty properties sitting in your village, or you can try to work with some of the commercial owners to make sure that we can actually have those occupied. A doctor's group wants to come in there. It's very hard to have an 80-year-old woman drive up in a car and get out in a massive pothole when she goes in to see the doctor. So I just want to know how you plan on using these funds and how you're going to prioritize the funds.
Thank you, Dr. O. Any other public comments? Once, going twice. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public comments and open it up back to the council. We have heard from business owners in the community as well as residents. The majority of you have made some recommendations that perhaps you'd like to see. So at this time, in an effort to move forward, is there a recommendation from the committee, excuse me, from the council with regards to the budget before us? Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. I think, Madam Mayor, I think what could move us along fairly quickly is we do this. I think that, first of all, I think Councilperson Perrella should come up with an amount that he would want to see. We vote on that for the Public Works individual. Because he's saying that he doesn't believe, or he doesn't feel like that's, he feels like that's too much. Well, I think he should come up with a dollar amount. We should vote on that. I think that for, when you look at the police budget, correct me if I'm wrong, but for the police tasers, I thought it was something, Chief, I thought it was like 9,000 something, because I see it's like 11,154 allocated. I'm not sure.
9,600 per year for 5 years.
9,600 per year. Mr. CFO, is there a reason why it's 11,154?
We did not take away the money that was budgeted for equipment other than tasers. So it was added to the nominal amount that we had for the police department and equipment for the current year. And it was basically added to what Chief needed for tasers.
I was just wondering. And the last thing I would say, Madam Mayor, is this. First of all, for the Councilperson Urban, with all of the with the cuts that you want to make, for the galas and things like that, my suggestion would be, and also just for the record, for the police, we do have that PBA gala, and that's there also. And we don't know if that's going to happen also, which is like $1,750. So my suggestion would be, just to move this stuff along pretty quickly, is to take everything that we're not sure that's going to happen because of COVID, the PBA gala, the Miami Shores gala, the league dinner, take everything we're not sure of and let's put it in contingencies. And if COVID-19 turns around, we can take that money out and we can allocate it, or when these events pop up. So when the league dinner pops up, if it's not around, then we can take that money. And Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, perfect. So do I have a motion for all of the galas that we have on there? Miami-Dade League of Cities, Miami Shores Gala, and the Police Benevolent, and the 5,000 role model, which is the 4 that we just want to take those funds, put it over contingency, because that would be a motion. And we can make that motion, we can second it, we can vote on it.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I want to make a motion to put all gala event money into contingencies in the meantime, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so for clarity purposes, there's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson to take the dinners that we have generally budgeted for right now. For example, you have Miami-Dade County League of Cities, you have the Miami Shores Gala, you have the Police Benevolent Association. You have the Crime Watch dinner, and you also have the 5,000 role model. So you're saying all of those we're going to take out that are presently budgeted for, and we're going to move it over to a contingency fund. We're going to add it to the contingency fund.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that motion.
Is that, okay, so the Vice Mayor Nickerson has made a motion. Okay, there's the motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson to take all of the galas and repeat them one more time. On the record, you have Crime Watch and Role Model and the Miami Shores Gala to take the money contingency fund, and the council will revisit that. Any discussion before I ask for roll call? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, may I roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Councilwoman Romaine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, if I may, the only other thing is, oh, sorry, Madam Mayor.
No, I was gonna move on to Councilperson Perrella. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. That was the next thing I was gonna say. That's the only other thing, Madam Mayor, and I think we can move on after that.
Councilperson Perrella, do you have a motion that you want to make?
Yes, motion to adjust or to fix the salary for the public work staffer and lower it from 35,000 to 31,200.
31,200. So Councilperson Perrella would like to make a motion to take the salary for the public works position from 35,000 to 31,200. Is there a second? Going once, going twice,
I'll
going
second.
third? The
I'll
motion
second the
fails
motion.
for lack of. Okay, second by Councilperson Urban.
Yeah.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Perrella to take the public works position up to 31,200, and it's been seconded by Council roll call.
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
No.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello. The item passes 3-2.
Okay, so we've made.
I'd like to make one final motion. I'd like to
I
make a
was going to
motion.
go to you next.
Okay, sorry, go
Councilperson
ahead.
Urban. Wait, hold on, before. Okay, Councilperson Perrella, you done? Anything else? Going once, going twice? Okay, good. Councilperson Urban.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the council discretionary fund to 5,000 in total and memberships, education and training to 1,000.
Can I put that in one, Attorney Powell, can I put that in one, motion by department? Where did he go? Is he, oh, there he is.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can do them individually, you can do them together, but
Okay, he's made it together. So Councilperson Urban is making a recommendation to reduce the councilor discretionary fund from 10,000 to 500 and the membership, education and training from 1,500 to 1,000. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Going once. Second by Councilperson Perrella. So there's a motion to reduce from the legislative budget, the council discretionary fund from 10,000 to 5,000 and membership, education and training from 1,500 to 1,000. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call?
Did you ask for a roll call, Madam Mayor?
Yes, my apologies. Yes, roll call.
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
No.
The item passes 4-1.
Okay. Any other from any of the council members? We're all good? Our hearts and mind are clear. Okay. Having said that, to the CFO right now, so we have a change where the council's made a recommendation that the public works employee is to be paid 31,200 as opposed to 35. So there's a difference there, and the council has also passed a 5,500. Do I need a motion to allocate those funds elsewhere? My apologies. To the CFO or to the attorney, do I need a motion to reallocate the dollar?
Well, I would say that if you don't, it's going to all go into contingency. And I would also kind of note that when you reduce the Public Works Department salaries to 31.2 from the current budget, that also will reduce things like FICA and retirement contributions. So if you'll allow me to also calculate that and put it into wherever you want to move that, there will be, because you'll have extra money coming free because you don't have to spend it on the things related to salaries. It's not going to be a lot, but I would just, if that's what you're going to do, then we need to change them all. But I'll calculate that with that understanding of the council.
And if I may, that money that extra money that came from Public Works came from the gas tax. So, and that could be reallocated to then repair the streets. So we will have a little extra money there for, do the repairs that we do.
Yeah, correct. But it's going to come out proportionately between the general fund and that, because that distribution percentage was gleaned or gathered when I talked with Angel about how much time he actually spent on streets and roads. And that's what percentage of his pay, whatever that pay ultimately is getting allocated. But you're correct, Councilman Farrella, in the streets and roads funds, that will go straight into the street and road budget. Thank you for clarifying that. In the general fund, it'll go into contingency unless you direct it otherwise.
So my apologies, I got booted out here with my internet. And I don't know if you all heard me. I was asking the question to the CFO. Now that there has been that change voted on by the council, and I know that with the salary, you have to have FICA and all of that. Do I need a motion this evening from the members of the council as to where those dollars are going to be allocated? And I guess that question is to the attorney or to the CFO. And if you answered, my apologies, but I got booted out.
Well, I did. So what I said was it's going to go into contingency unless you act otherwise.
I mean, I'm okay with that if the council is, to simplify it. Okay. Okay. And I guess my thought process would be that if we're saving money for the Public Works, whatever dollars it is, then it should go to Public Works, right?
Yeah, well, that also was discussed while your
Okay.
internet.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I got put it out there. Okay. All right, perfect. Having seen that, any other recommendations from the council to the administration for us to vote on? All right, seeing none. Having said that, we have a motion on the table to adopt resolution 2020-30 that was made by Vice Mayor Nickerson and second by Councilperson Urban. Any other discussion before I call for a, do I have any raised hands? No raised hands. Councilperson Perrella, your hand's raised. Is that from before? Okay. If there is no further discussion, seeing going once, going twice, going three, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please, for resolution 2020-30?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
All right, good job. Let's go to resolution 2020-31. If I can please have the attorney read into the record.
An annual assessment resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, relating to the provision of solid waste services for fiscal year 2020 through 2021, beginning October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021, establishing the rate of assessment, imposing solid waste service assessments against assessed property located within the Village of El Portal, approving the proposed assessment roll for the fiscal year 2020 through 2021, providing for an effective date.
If I could interject, I would also note this is a public hearing item, so you'll have to open it up to anyone who wants to contest their assessment, which is the same for everybody, $400.
Always. Thank you for the reminder, but always, yes, most definitely. Back to the council. Is there a motion to adopt, to consider adoption resolution 2020-31?
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 2020-31.
All right, thank you. The motion's been made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second? Second by
I'll second the motion to adopt resolution 2031, Madam Mayor.
Second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. There's a consideration to adopt resolution 2020-31 made by Councilperson Urban, second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion from the from the council before I open it up to the public? Any questions, comments? All right. These at this time, is there any member from the audience that would like to ask us a questions with regards to resolution 2020-31? Going once, going twice. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing. Members of the council, any questions or comments, or is there an explanation from the CFO and from the village manager to the residents and the council before I call for a vote?
I would just
Go
note
ahead.
that it's just an annual assessment for solid waste, garbage and recycling pickup at every house. Every house pays the same, $400 per house.
Well, it's not the same for all of us. Some of us pay a little more, but okay. Anyway, having said that, any other discussion from the members of the council? Seeing none, going once, going twice. Madam Clerk, may I roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Well done. Good and welfare? Anybody in good and welfare would like to ask us a question or make a comment with regards to this meeting? Going once, going twice, going three, seeing none. May I have a motion to adjourn the final budget hearing for Tuesday, September 22nd?
I make a motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Councilperson Urban. All in favor, signal by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, our final budget hearing concludes at 8:34 PM. Good job and thank you. Anybody need a 2-minute break before we go right into our council meeting? 2-minute break. Thank you for members of the audience for being patient with us. We're moving along. Are we almost ready? Is- All righty. All right, if we're all ready, thumbs up. So we can get started. I see our clerk here, I see all town members of the council, the attorney, our chief. Have a motion to, I'd like to start a meeting. Anyway, Madam Clerk, we've already had roll call. We've had silent meditation and pledge of allegiance. Attorney, do we need to read the rules of virtual communication on the record? No. Seeing none. Madam Clerk, may I have motion for approval of the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to, second, no, well, actually, Madam Mayor, I do want to make a couple changes to the agenda.
Oh.
Or make a motion to approve. If I made mine, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, is there,
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to strike H1. We're gonna hold off on H1. I would also like to hold off on H3, so I'm gonna strike H1, strike H3. So H2 will become H1, and I wanna add an H2, which is the, just an update on the village clerk job process. It'll be a really quick update.
village, when you all are gonna hire a new clerk? So the
Yes.
village clerk process?
Yes.
To the village manager, you're okay with H3 being striked out? That's really,
I'm fine with that. We can revisit it, hopefully next time we have a council meeting. It's fine.
okay, so there's a recommendation made by Vice Mayor Nickerson to strike H1. I'm okay with that. H3, the manager's okay with that. Village manager PTO. We're gonna move H2 to H1, which is gonna become the Northwest 91st Street property proposed lien discussion. We're gonna add an H2 called a future village clerk update. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda with those changes? Is there a motion to adopt the agenda with those changes?
Motion to adopt.
Motion's made by who?
Vice Mayor
Councilperson Urban?
Nickerson.
No, sorry, my signal's breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure who made the motion.
Vice,
Yeah, my
I
signal is
believe-
really bad too. My apologies.
I believe it's Vice Mayor Nickerson who made the motion.
Then I will
Vice-
second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nickerson, you made the motion to adopt the agenda with the changes? Yes? And second by Councilperson Urban. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, the motion for the September 22nd council meeting is adopted. Having said that, we're gonna go right into H1, and I'm gonna ask the manager to please give us an update with the Northwest 91st Street property and their proposed lien that we need to discuss and potentially vote on.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have been in communication with the new property owner of a property that's been in the village, but has been a concern for villagers for many years. It is on Northwest 91st Street. I think everyone's pretty well aware of it. I believe the address is 61 Northwest 91st Street. And the owner is actually here, I see in the audience or on the panelists list, but the property had over $300,000 worth of liens on it for many years of just code violations, 2 magistrate hearings and a number of, just problems, and it was a nuisance for the entire community surrounding that property. So our new owner comes in and purchases the property, but did not do the lien search with the village, and has asked for, you know, some kind of flexibility or lenience on the application of these liens. The amount is so large that I, you know, and I understand the situation, and I did reduce significantly in my discussions with the new owner, but I want to bring this to the village council at this point because the present owner is not able to pay the negotiated price and has proffered that we consider, and I've sent this information to all of you on the council, that we consider a price of $20,000 as an initial payment and then a percentage of the total sale of the house. I'm not comfortable making that decision without your input and your knowledge of this, because it's been such an issue for the community, and because we've all been working through this process for a number of years at that property. And I just want the village to realize it's, you know, I mean, we've been through a lot with this property, so I don't want it to just go without some discussion, without your knowledge and your input, quite frankly. You know, I know that we have a, you know, code enforcement committee that has not really weighed in on it. I've spoken to just 2 members of the council about this issue, but I haven't heard from you all. So I asked that this be considered, and the owner is here as well, so he can certainly speak if you'll give him that opportunity. But I do want you all to consider the fee that is being proffered, and to maybe consider a percentage or not. So I will.
Madam Manager, and my apologies because for some reason, I don't know why my internet is intermittent. Did you already state what they are proposing and the address of the property?
Yes, and the let's see, the address is 61 Northwest 91st Street. It's on the corner. It's a corner lot home, and it is the proposed fee is $20,000 with a percentage that we would have to agree to with this with the gentleman of the sale of the house. He intends to repair, you know, renovate and then sell. So he's not going to live in the property. It's a flip or a developer's property.
And what's the total amount of liens on the property right now?
Yes, it's over $300,000, but I did negotiate down to $100,000. So though we are, you know, well over 300,000 in liens, where we left it was at 100,000 just in negotiations, just to realize some of our, you know, some of the, you know, administrative, also the issue it presented to the community, and also the nuisance it presented. So I didn't go beyond that, but this is what has come back from the property.
So is his proposal, he accepted the 100, but he wants to pay 20? He didn't accept the 100. Okay.
Exactly. And so even our village attorney got involved too and worked with his attorney, but this is where it stands now after much negotiation on our side, and you know, even from our.
So I'm not understanding. So all the owner wants to pay is 20,000, but they want to pay that in payments.
Well, from what I understand, it's 20,000, and then a percentage once they sell the house. So if we, you know, clear the liens, then as they sell the house, they'll give us a percentage. But we.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I guess my last question before I go up to the council is, and when they purchased the property, which I'm very familiar with the property, why did the lien search not capture? Was that our doing, the county doing?
No, he never came to the village to do the lien search with us. That property had been up for sale for a while, or, you know, there was interest for a number of years. And each time I'd entertained lots of prospective buyers and discussed their liens, but unfortunately, Mr. Goodman did not come to the village to get that lien search.
And Mr. Goodwin is an investor?
Mr. Goodman. I believe he is. He's works, I don't believe his intention was to move into the house, and he works for a group that buys and sells properties.
Okay, those are my questions. Any questions from the council to the manager?
Yes, I have a question.
Councilperson Perrella?
So, yeah, we already discussed that, but I just want to have it clear. So the $300,000, it's something that we actually, how much do we actually incur in liens and yeah, and
Yes.
expenditures and all of that in that particular property?
Yes, those are the fines that have accrued on top of the 2 magistrate hearings that came with that as well. So it's not an arbitrary, it's actually fines that were accruing over the years. And like I said, I did and was willing to negotiate, but
But whatever we collect for those $20,000 at the beginning will cover some of those expenses.
well, yes, now the expenses were incurred many, over the years. So, but yes, it would be something that we could, put back into, code enforcement and other things. But, we can discuss how we would utilize those funds if, there's a settlement or an agreement made. But, yeah, this is, something that everyone, who was affected should, understand and see and know that this is, that's why I brought it to you all. I want you to understand it and know that it was not an arbitrary decision, that you all had some input.
So they're not agreeing to the amount that you lowered, which was to 100,000. Was it
Correct.
100,000 even?
Yes,
100,000. Okay.
and no, they did not agree to that.
Okay.
I thought it, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
May I thought it was 117.
117,000. It may have been. I don't, and I apologize. I don't have the exact number of the in negotiation fee, but it may have been. But it was rejected, and I was willing.
I have a question, and I think this is what Council Perrella was asking is, do we have an estimated cost of through the years, if it's gone through 1 magistrate, 2 magistrate hearings, all that costs money to the village, even though that was 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 10 years ago. What is that dollar amount? Because I think that before we make a decision as far as what is okay, it would be nice to know what the expenditures to be able to sustain that property that's been dilapidated for about 7 years now, through the years. And then I think from that, we can determine what we're willing to accept at a bare cost. So while the liens may be at 300, but maybe it's costed us through the years to sustain the liens by magistrates, by code enforcement employee. And then we can determine probably what would be the best way if we're going to take 20,000 up front and what percentage that we would even potentially consider. But I think we need to know what our expenses have been as a village in the last couple of years. And I think that's what Perrella was asking if I understand, but I would like to know what it's cost us.
Okay. Well, it's not exactly 300,000 because it's, clearly those are just accrued fines.
Yeah.
But I'll get the exact number to you. And I believe I did put it in a report from before, but I will get those numbers to you. Let me not speak out of turn without remembering exact numbers. So I will get that to you.
Do any member of the council have any other questions for the manager? Or, and I think as the manager mentioned, the property owner is, I think it's.
Yeah. All of my questions, I think, are for the property owner.
Is the property owner here? If they are, can you raise your hand? I don't.
His name is
see
Joni.
Name on here. Oh, okay. So, Kyle, if there's no more questions for the administration, I would close and I open up so that we can bring in the property owner. Any other questions for the administration? All right, seeing none. Kyle, can we bring in Yoni?
Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Can you say your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Gutman.
And your address, please, for the record?
The property, the address is 60 Northwest 91 Street.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for being here this evening, Mr. Goodman. We're here to
Thank you.
discuss your property. And one of our members of the council has some questions. Okay? Councilperson
Yes,
Urban?
yes, ma'am.
Oh, good evening. How you doing? Councilman Urban. I have just a few questions for you, sir. The first is, do you hold a real estate license?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so in terms, and you work for it, you have a group. Okay, how many? Or you represent yourself, or you represent a company?
I represent a company.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you reported the seller and the seller's broker to DBPR?
Which seller are you talking about?
Well, this is a disclosure issue. The seller certainly knew that this lien was on the property. I'm just curious to know if you.
So let me explain. We bought
Yes,
this
please.
house from foreclosure. So it was actually through the county sheriff we bought it. It was the foreclosure. And in fact, what happened was the lien was never recorded in the public records. So before we buy houses in foreclosure, we do, we do a careful lien search in the public records of the county. And, without fail, it always works. But for some reason, in this case, it was never recorded in the public records. And that's why we bought the house without having any idea of this lien.
Very good. My next question might actually be for the attorney, Mr. Powell. Would you be able to speak at all to, I guess, the manager as well, possibly even Mr. Wallace? Would anybody be able to speak to what our normal operating procedure would be for reporting liens to the county, or do we know which crack this fell through? Was it our crack? Was it the county's crack? Would anybody be able to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, once the magistrate enters his or her order, it's supposed to be filed immediately by the clerk. And so that way it becomes of record, so that when somebody does a search, it comes up in the public record search. Mind you, I spent a lot of time on this negotiating with the attorney for Mr. Goodman, Casey Cummings. And my jury's still out on whether or not it was recorded, because the document I have has recording information on one of the pages. But I could see why they couldn't find it, because I couldn't find it readily also. Just to give you an overview of where this started. Initially, Mr. Cummings offered to resolve the matter by paying $4,000 upon execution of the settlement agreement, and then $4,000 once the property comes into compliance with all of the code enforcement matters that are on the property. And then they offered the village 50% of the profit of the sale of the house. So, what obviously the village is not necessarily into speculating where property is concerned. And we went from there, and now we're at the place where, and he can speak for himself, but I think they're comfortable with paying the $20,000 up front, bringing the property into compliance, and then when they flip it or sell it to somebody who live in the village, just getting a percentage of the net profits from the sale. My reading of the lien that the village has, most of it, if not all of it, goes towards accrued fines and interest over time. I don't have the information that the manager is going to have to provide in terms of what's the actual hard cost we may have spent in basically having code enforcement hearings, which probably predates both of us. And also in terms of anything that may have been necessary to clear the property. But I would submit to you, I'd be surprised if it approaches $20,000.
Okay.
And
so
if I may, just to clarify, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yes. So it is all, it's the owners or the buyers responsibility, whether it's recorded or not in the Dade County or whatever. This is a separate municipality. It could have been on the records. I mean, I've bought houses before. I have flipped homes before, and it's just worked like that. You have to do the due diligence. So it's nobody's fault but the buyer. So and it's basically what happened with the trailer park. So it had I don't know how many millions, and they basically settled it at, well, if I'm not mistaken, about 10%. it was $7 million in fine, and they settled for 700,000 or something like that. So
So one of my final questions to council is, as this got into, as the magistrate got involved originally with the original owner, you're saying that the original fines would not necessarily be approaching $20,000, and that.
No, what I said was I would be surprised if the hard costs
Okay.
to the village in terms of like the magistrate's time.
Do we know where the original, so the 300,000 is from accrual of fines. I do agree that that is a huge amount, but at the same time, I absolutely agree with Councilman Perella in terms of it being the onus of the buyer to do their due diligence. I've said repeatedly that the village should not be in the business of doing favors for anybody, and that we should respect ourselves and act accordingly. However, I acknowledge the 300,000 accrual, and then the line of questioning I had at the beginning was to kind of establish, if this was our fault, if we did something out of place, then certainly that changes the game here. But in terms of the original fines being levied, as it got into the state of weekly, daily accruals, do we have an idea of where that lands as a ballpark figure?
I would like to just provide that to you once I take a look at the file again to give you the actual cost. I don't want to speak.
Okay.
out of turn.
So, my initial reaction is, I'm sorry. That's my initial reaction, to be perfectly honest, Jonathan. I don't mean, any offense at all. I would be a little bit, have a change of heart if this was a resident moving in, but that it's a flipper. Again, I don't know that the village can be in the business of doing favors for people. We're not in that position, and even if we were, it would, like I said, we need to respect ourselves and act accordingly. So at the same time, I would like to know kind of the origination, the starting point, to have an idea of where to negotiate from there. This is a tough situation for the owner to be in, certainly, and certainly it would benefit the village to reach an agreement and move forward and have that property be brought back up to code and used for someone who would love to be here. But those are my 2 cents. I don't know how much I can make, what the kind of decision I can make tonight without knowing kind of some of those other basics. So as it stands right now, even I don't know how much you can move me off of the 300 tonight, but you could move me, but I need to know a starting point.
Well, I think the property, once it's fixed, it could be sold for $650,000. It's a nice lot. It's a corner lot, and the house across from that lot was actually bought for $575 like 2 years ago or something like that, if I'm not. And so, even if it would go 10% of the sale value, it's gonna put us as a 65,000 or close to 20,000. That's 85. So,
but the offer on the table is for a percentage of the profit, not for a percentage of the sale. As far as
yes, of the sale, not the sale of the house.
But manager,
the profit, they bought it for 140. Let's say they spent 300,000. They can say they only profit $200,000. So that would be like only $20,000 extra.
So so from what I'm hearing tonight, I don't, and I think I see Councilperson Roman's hand up, and I'm sorry if I skipped over you, but it doesn't seem like we're ready to really make that decision to give the administration some guidance. I think we need more information. I want to hear from Councilperson Roman, and I think Vice Mayor Nickerson may have his hand raised. And if it's okay with the council, I'm going to say, can we defer this item over until we have more information? Because I don't think we have sufficient information to be able to say, yeah, we're ready to accept your proposed lien, what have you, because I'm in line with what Councilperson just Urban said. If you're a resident moving in, we're more inclined to have this conversation. So, okay, what can we do to help you? I'm very familiar with the property. It's 5 houses away from me. So I'm extremely familiar with this property. And I understand about due diligence, which is where I think Councilperson Urban was getting to. Having said that, Councilperson Roman, your hands up. Do you have a question for the property owner?
I
Any of
do.
that?
Jonathan, how much did you purchase the property for?
For about 370,000. But there were unpaid taxes for a few years, so we had to add that in. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We have cost of capital, and we've been holding the house for 1 year now without doing anything. Let me add that the house is in desperate condition. It's literally collapsing, and we're pretty much ready to go ahead and invest the money to fix it. But it's very difficult to do that when we have this lien hovering above our head, and it's a lien we did not plan on. It wasn't in our plans. So
What are you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what are you estimating your repair costs are going to be?
about $250,000.
Okay. And I think that's all the questions I have right now. I think 20,000 is a ridiculous amount to even consider. That's my personal opinion. I also agree with the other councilmen in terms of setting a precedence for investors and residents, with our fines and negotiating or mitigating to pennies on the dollar. So I don't, that wouldn't be my preference. As an investor, I also agree that you have to do your due diligence, and there is a cost to doing business. And so that's where I stand. I'm gonna just look at some numbers. I also need to understand from the administration side. Christia, you sent an email saying that it was 350, and then that the mitigation negotiation would be 117,000 based on a third leaving the balance owed by the new investor at 233. So Christia, what we really need to understand, or what I need to understand, is where it is that we stand in the last negotiations between you and the owner. And then also I like to see what our expenses have been before I can give my opinion on where we should settle. Thank you.
May I add something? So the last thing we had in negotiations is an email from the village agreeing to the $20,000 and the percentage of the profit. Now it seems like you're backing out of that settlement. All I ask is, please, let's work in an organized way, because it's been 2 months now that we've just been waiting to sign an agreement with your proposal. So if you can't stand behind it, please figure it out, because the time is passing and it's expensive for us, very expensive. And 2 months ago, you sent us an email suggesting $20,000 and the percentage of the profit. So is that not the case? That's my question.
If I may, I think you have to understand that what the manager is doing here is has to get authority from the council to settle anything. So even if there is a tacit agreement between you and the manager, or between you and myself, it still has to be signed off on by the village council in this particular case. So I think it was a good thing that you got appreciation for where the village council is concerning this particular item. And that may lay the table for further negotiation in line with what you heard today once the manager brings forth the other numbers that were asked about tonight.
So Jonathan, I guess my last question to you, Jonathan, is where exactly do you expect this to be in order to move forward?
I'll be honest with you, and we've bought houses in several cities, never in El Portal. And this has happened to us before. But every city has a lien mitigation program where it is usually reduced to anywhere between 5 to 10%, as long as the owner fixes the violation. So for example, in this case, it's a collapsing roof. So if we make the house beautiful again and fix it, the village should be happy and should be willing to mitigate the lien. That's what happens in every single city. So my
Okay,
question
my
is,
question to you is,
Yeah.
again, I'll ask the question one more time, is where do you expect, you're comfortable with the 20,000 up front, and then what is the percentage of the profit that you're expecting?
I don't know, something reasonable, hopefully not too much, because
Okay,
you
what
know,
is reasonable? I need a number.
10%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the council? For the property manager? If not, I'd like to move forward, move this to October.
And just for the record, I did not agree to that. Yeah, we didn't make a contract. I wanted to present this before we made the decision to the council because I don't have that authority.
Understood.
And I think with all due respect, Mr. Goodwin, and I think you've heard it from members of the council already, you know, and I think you've already stated it, you know, you're an investor, you've bought a lot of properties in a lot of different municipalities. I'd like to believe that you potentially saw this property before you bought it. I don't know, maybe you didn't see the property before you bought it, just visually. And I think when you look at it visually, having bought a lot of properties and having been an investor, you must have known there was a lot of liens on that property, because visually it's dilapidated to the point where it's understood that there's probably a lot of municipal liens on that. So I think we're willing to work with you, but you have to understand it's not going to be where perhaps you may want to see it at right now. We need some more background information, and hopefully we can make an educated decision in the October meeting if the council's good with that.
Okay, and listen, I think in the end of the day, we all have the same goal. We want to make this house beautiful again. And I want to make that happen as soon as possible. So hopefully we can work this out fast. And hopefully everyone's happy with the outcome with a beautiful house.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for being here this evening, for your patience.
Thank you.
Members of the council, I made a bit of an error this evening, and I apologize. I bypassed presentations. And I invited the Cavista owners to come this evening. As you all know, we passed a development a few months ago, and I asked them to please come. I thought the community and the council would like to get an update as far as how the Cavista is doing and where we're at with it. And I know that A.R. Barrington and Ken Barrington have been on since our budget hearing, and I completely I went over them during they were on agenda item F, and I went right over to H. Having said that, if you all are okay, before even reading the Childhood Cancer Awareness Month proclamation that I have, I would like to please bring in A.R. Barrington, who's in the audience, so that he can provide the council and the community with an update on where we're at with the Cavista, which, is, you know, is a development that's moving forward. And I think it would be great to hear together where they are at today. So with that said, Kyle, if we can bring in A.R. Barrington, there he is. Welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record, and he would like to give us a brief update on the Cavista.
Yes, my name is A.R. Barrington. Address is 471 Northeast 83rd Street. I apologize. I share this computer sometimes with my son, and he had an unusual background, so I'm going to do it off camera. But nice to see you all again. And we are making some great progress on the Cavista. We've had our architects and engineers working diligently. And we expect to have a completed set of construction documents that we can present to the village for permitting next month. So we're very excited about that. We had a recent call with your village manager as well as your building official, just to make sure we were all aware of what the submittal protocol will be with El Portal, and just making sure that we're moving forward as efficiently as possible. So again, we're getting close to a big next step, and we're very excited and looking forward to our continued collaboration with you all. And I don't have a really more in-depth presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Barrington, for being here this evening. And I'd like to open up for the council. If you all have any questions in more detail on the Cavista project as to maybe a timeline and what else has been happening since we last approved the project, I believe it was in April earlier this year. So to the council members. Vice Mayor Nickerson, Councilperson Urban, you're quiet. No comments. Councilperson Perrella.
Well, I would
Councilperson
just
Urban.
say that we're all excited and looking forward to what they're going to be bringing. So just continue to have excitement about the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilperson Perrella? Councilperson Roman?
I'll just, I agree with Councilperson Urban, same thing, looking forward to seeing the project and everything. So just looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nickerson? Thumbs up. I don't know if you can see that, AR, but thumbs up.
I did. Yes, thank you.
And hey, so as part of my report, but I'll say it now, as you all know, we also passed Escape Bird Park. They have a groundbreaking on October 1st. So I think that's very exciting. That email is going to go out to all of us tomorrow. I was going to share it again as part of my report, but the manager and I had a Zoom meeting with the deputy mayor to sort of bring him in the loop with all the projects that are happening in the village. We thought would be a good idea to get the deputy mayors on board in the county so that when they see these projects moving forward in the county, okay, we understand what that is. So Skatebird Park is going to have their groundbreaking ceremony October 1st at 10 a.m. So having said that, all of us, of course, we all would like all of us to be there. It's going to be, and the Barrington brothers, of course, are welcome to invite, and he is going to be sending that invite to all of us tomorrow. So again, thank you, Mr. Barrington, for being here. Ken, I see you also are an attendee, and if the council has no more questions, we await your project. I hope that although I will not be on the council, that I be invited to the groundbreaking with the Cavista. Had to throw that out there. Don't forget me. All right, thank you. So can you all hear me? Because can you all hear me? We're all good? For several years now, I like to pass proclamations throughout certain months. In September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Mystic Foundation has done an amazing job in really raising money and supporting the cause. And September comes right before October, and October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And as we all know, that receives a tremendous amount of awareness, and greatly do so. But Childhood Cancer Awareness Month is September, and it's represented by the color of gold. And they too need some recognition because I could not imagine a family going through the impact of their child being detected with cancer. Having said that, if you all will grant me a few minutes to read the proclamation that we do every year, recognizing September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas nationally each year, tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery and ensuring hope. And whereas September is observed as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor those children whose lives have been lost and those irrevocably impacted by this terrible illness, and to strengthen the nation's resolve to search for a cure. And whereas cancer is a leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and 15 years of age. And whereas 1 in every 285 children will be diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. Whereas childhood cancers cross all racial, ethnic, geographic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. And each year, tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery and inspiring hope. Whereas while progress against some childhood cancers has made cure rates and for many forms of childhood cancer remains less than 50%, with the incidence of childhood cancer increasing at a more rapid rate than any other age group. And whereas this disease not only affects the child diagnosed with cancer, but it also affects their entire support network of devoted parents, grandparents, loved ones, community, and friends. And whereas we, the Village of El Portal, recognize the devastating impact that this disease has on our members of community, and we understand and support the importance of increased research on childhood cancer. And whereas this month we honor and recognize every child in Florida fighting the fight, their families, their caregivers, their researchers, healthcare professionals, advocates, and charitable organizations. These emotional and financial burdens are shared by countless, which support patients and families by offering advice, encouragement, hope, and financial assistance. And we work tirelessly to lift the spirits of children suffering from cancer. Therefore, now I, Claudia V. Cabillos, Mayor of the Village of El Portal, and on behalf of the entire Village Council and the residents of the Village of El Portal, do hereby proclaim this month of September 2020 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the Village of El Portal. Thank you. I again apologize that I got out of order a little bit, but that's important, and we do it. And I may not have children, but I could not imagine having to experience what a parent would experience in that situation. So we're going to go right into H2, Village Clerk update. Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. If you guys remember, when we had the special council meeting for the clerk, and that we were hearing from the attorneys, we went through that night the job descriptions, and you guys, I emailed them out. It was September 4th. And so I just wanted to give a quick update. I didn't know, because when I emailed them out, we emailed them out, and then you guys, if you guys had any questions or anything, you guys were instructed to either contact the manager or the attorney. I didn't hear anything back or anything like that. You know, we passed it and everything that night with the changes that that I made. So I wanted to go ahead and you know, with Manager Alou, go ahead and start to advertise for the permanent full-time clerk position. I didn't know if you guys had any questions about anything or.
I don't have any questions. I was not at that meeting, at that committee, but I did watch the video, and I do believe that you all, the committee, discussed it in great length and very detailed. Having said that, I believe the recommendations that you all were made, most were amenable, and those are my only comments with regards to the village clerk job description and hiring.
Yeah, village manager, if you will, we're going to send those. We're going to advertise in a few different places, and get that out right away, you guys, if nobody else has any objections. So we can go ahead and get that out and get those applications in and take care of it. Just want to give an update, Madam Mayor, that was it. Madam Manager, I don't know if you want to add anything or.
No, but that we will put it on our village website, and that we will also try to advertise with the Miami-Dade Clerks Association and the Florida
Clerks Association,
as well as the Florida League of Cities and the Miami-Dade County League of Cities. And
thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We appreciate it.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, go ahead. I think our clerk had her hand up.
Yeah, I would just ask that and I'll get you the information, Madam Manager, to advertise also with the IMC, who designates the certification for clerks. You may get some interest from there also.
Good, thank you. I will. Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Again, I apologize. I don't know what's wrong with my internet. We're gonna go right into resolution 2020-32 interim village clerk contract. If I could please have the attorney read the resolution into the record. I don't know what's wrong with
A
my-
resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the mayor to execute a fixed-term employment agreement between the Village of El Portal, Florida, and Pamela L. Lattimore, MMC, for the position of interim village clerk and providing for an effective date.
Excellent, thank you. Is there a motion to consider adopting resolution 20? I apologize. Can you all hear me? I have a bad connection. I don't know what's
You
going
sound
on.
like you're in the water, but we can kind of hear you.
No problem, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2020-32, Madam Mayor.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Urban. There's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson, adopted by second by Councilperson Urban for 2020-32 for interim village clerk contract. Is there a discussion from the committee, the council members? No discussion? Seeing none. I see a hand raised. And I don't know if that's for now. I'll close the council meeting and open it up for public comments. Kyle, I have Warner Dreher who has his hand raised.
Yes, good evening. Can you guys hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Yes, we
Perfect.
can hear you perfectly.
Sure. My name is Warner Dreher, 486 Northeast 87th Street. So definitely I see part of this agenda that you guys are discussing about the future role of, or the future of the clerk, right? That was introduced. But before we move to the future, I would like to understand, I think a few meetings back, right? There was some discussions on the payout settlement of the previous clerk, right? And as a resident, I would like to understand, where are we with you guys finalizing the total amount, right? Payout. I understand there was some discussion based on Attorney Bravo and Attorney Norman, right? That you guys were gonna be reviewing two considerations. One was the retroactive, right, payout, and the attorney fees. So I would like to understand where we at. I understand it's been almost a month already, close to a month, that I think that this was introduced, and I understand if the cost that we're incurring from attorneys, legal aspect as well, and to possibly just close this as soon as possible. So I would like to get that information from you guys. I would appreciate this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Warner. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
I had to move a little bit. Okay, I apologize. Any other questions or comments from the attendees on this? Going once, going twice. Okay, seeing none. To Attorney Powell, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, sure. The leave off from the meeting was that the council was going to individually reach out to Mr. Bravo to give him an idea of the parameters of the negotiations with Ms. Jacoby's attorney. I believe everyone has done that. So I would only be able to report after he gets back with the attorney for Mr. Jacoby to see whether or not there is an agreement, but that was the leave off.
But Yes, Attorney Powell, but I'm a slightly concerned because I think we heard it's about a month already, right? There was the departure, right? And it's within a month, right? Is there any dates yet identified when we're gonna know the total settlement that or funds that we as a village are gonna be I guess incurring to as part of this departure to the clerk giving? Yeah.
Right, again, my understanding is that we were waiting for input from each of the council persons regarding the proposed settlement demand that was presented. That demand included 20 weeks of severance, $7,500 in attorney's fees, personal time off, accrued personal time off, and retroactive pay based upon a raise, based upon her raise. The discussions at the last council meeting, I'm just going from the highlights here, was that it seemed like there really was nothing other than to negotiate the amount of severance that the village would be willing to pay between the 0 to 20 weeks and the attorney's fees. So after the meeting, each council person was requested to provide their input directly to Mr. Bravo, who is dealing directly with Ms. Jacoby's attorney, so that he can have some understanding of what the consensus is to try to reach an agreement with that attorney. Let me just finish. My understanding is I think we finally got everyone's input within the last week, and that he has or is reaching out to the attorney. So I would expect to hear something very quickly as to what the response is.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
My apologies. Warner, and to add to what the attorney just said, there was an email. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. To add, there was an email that was sent out by the employment law attorney yesterday, I believe, confirming that he hadn't heard from every council member, and he needed to hear from every council member. So as soon as that happens, I believe that we can move forward.
Got it, Mayor. That's a great clarification. Now, who are the council members who have not responded? If that's available, yeah. Because no, I understand. No, thanks. And because my only concern is that we're approaching to that 1 month, and we don't want further, I guess, any further degradation with this whole situation, right? So that's my only concern, and I ask that we be diligently responding as fast as possible for the rest of whoever has not responded. But I appreciate that feedback, that info. Yeah.
And I believe we all agree to that. Time seems to escape us, so I'm hoping that whoever has not responded, and I think maybe by today we all have. And having said that, hopefully we can resolve this sooner than later, where it's a win-win-win. And I believe that's what we're all seeking for here.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. Thank you. Any other public comments? Any hands raised, going once, going twice? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to close public comments and open up back to the council. There's a resolution 2020-32 with regards to the interim village clerk contract. Any questions or comments to on this? Okay, seeing none. No? Going once? Okay, seeing none. May I have a motion to roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Perrella,
Is he here?
I don't see him.
Did we lose him? Must be the weather.
yeah.
We may circle back to him. He may pop on.
Okay.
I don't see him right now, unfortunately. I didn't realize he got booted out.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabillas.
Yes.
The item passes 4-0.
Oh, he's on.
He's there.
Councilperson Perrella. The item passes 5-0.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we have Resolution 2020-33, Police Forfeiture Fund. If I can please have the attorney read into the record.
A resolution of the mayor and Alpert Florida Village Council approving fiscal year 2019-2020 police forfeiture fund expenditures and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. If I can please have a motion to consider Resolution 2020-33, Police Forfeiture Fund expense.
Make the motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for Resolution 2020-33, Police Forfeiture Fund.
I think Councilperson Urban was first. Councilperson Urban made a motion. Is there a second by Vice Mayor Nickerson?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
All right, there's a motion made by Councilperson Urban, second by Vice Mayor Nickerson, to consider Resolution 2020-33 Police Forfeiture Fund. If I can get a little bit more information for the council and from the community, from the administration and chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Chief Magnuson is requesting these funds, and I support that. We need some equipment and some hurricane supplies and equipment for police staff that included, rubber boots and batteries and a number of things that were needed for hurricane preparedness, but also equipment that is allowed to be purchased since it was not budgeted in our budget this year. So our police chief can give you more details if you'd like, but he also prepared an itemized list, an inventory of those hurricane items and provided that to me today. I will send to all of the members of the council as you requested that from him, and we'll give you that today. But if you have any questions on the item, I know we went through it item by item this week, but any questions you may have, we would entertain.
My only question and comment before I open it up to the public, be careful that breaks, is that what's the total cost that we're looking to expense in police forfeiture fund?
It was here. It's about
Was that not the 15,000? Was that, it wasn't that part? 'Cause I remember when
it was approximately a little over 8,000. I don't have the exact figure with me.
Right.
And there was equipment that was needed that ran for the storms. There were shields and there was.
Right. It's exactly $8,774.92.
Yeah,
For purposes of this resolution, we need an exact dollar amount.
And it's in the resolution.
Okay, so which is for clarity and for the audience is 8,000?
$8,774.92.
So this police forfeiture fund expense that we are allocating, which goes for necessary items that the police department needs to include, shields and what have you, $8,774.92.
That's right. And these were all unbudgeted, so that is allowable use of the forfeiture funds.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the council to the chief or the administration?
Madam Mayor, if I may. Chief, thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, we have, so what's left in the forfeiture fund, we talking about the 3,737. I'm thinking about your email.
That's correct. That's what's left.
I made a mistake. It wasn't 15. We were talking about the measuring device and we were talking about 12,512.
Correct. That was what it was left after the measuring device. Correct.
Okay, and now it's 3,737.50 cents.
Correct.
That's where I was confused. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I appreciate the email, Chief. That was good information. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So Chief, I just have one question. In 12 years that I've been here, the amount for the forfeiture fund has always been at 26,000. Now it's been used. I think that's great. I think it needed to be used for the appropriate resources for the department. How are we going to get these forfeiture funds back to, whatever we need to do to get the forfeiture funds back up? because I think that, I think it adds value to the department. But whatever we need to do in terms of add, I think it's a police officer that works with the county or alongside a department to generate more dollars in our forfeiture funds. Maybe.
Well, if we had an extra officer, my first impression would be they would need to be on the streets here in El Portal. If we could, but let's just say we were able to spare an officer, let's say to Haida. They could take part and work with them and then be part of the forfeiture allocation. If we get involved in a large investigation somewhere in El Portal or become part of a county investigation, that we insist it would be a proportionate amount distributed to the agencies involved and based on their participation. If we can come up with an investigation like that, or if something grew wings out of El Portal and we got help in and it became a protracted investigation, then that was how, after forfeitures, that's how we would be able to increase that amount in the funding. And that's something we would want to do for sure.
Is that required necessary special training that maybe a lieutenant or a sergeant or a corporal would have?
No, if let's just say again back to Haida or any other group that's working with the police, there wouldn't be necessarily any specific type of training needed for that. No.
Okay.
And they would just work alongside them as part of a task force.
Got it. Okay. And it has to be does it have to be a designated officer, or can it be an officer that's designated with that additional talent to be able to work a specific task force? Or do we have to have an additional police officer that's only on that task force for the county?
If we were to give up an officer, obviously it would come from, and if I'm understanding the question, it would come from the allotment of officers we have now. And they would be basically over with that task force. They would not be in El Portal. They would be assigned to that task force. So in theory, we would lose that body that we can use here on the street. So it's a double-edged sword, really.
Yeah. So it can't be an officer that has like double duty.
It wouldn't work because they would have to be totally committed to that task force.
Got it. That was my question. Okay. Any other questions or comments to the administration or police chief? I see, no, he's seeing none. I see a hand raised, and I don't know if it's for this item. So I'm going to close the council meeting and open for public comment. I think I see Sandra Valencia. I think she has a question on this item.
Yes, correct. And it's a question for Chief. So if I'm understanding well, the only way to do it right will be hiring a new, an extra officer that will be dedicated for it. I mean, you don't recommend to actually lose a body in our police department to just, be concentrated on that, but rather hire a new police officer just to dedicate for that task force, correct?
Well, a new position, and then you would put somebody in the task force and get it set up. But I would submit to you that if we had that luxury of an extra body, I would want to put that person right now in patrol to supplement the midnight patrol and give that extra body with an overlap. That would be my primary focus right now. I understand what good can come from getting the extra monies from the task force, but I think at the end of the day, my primary concern is the officer's safety and the ability, especially on the midnight shift, to have that extra person as an overlap and a buffer out there.
I agree. I totally agree. I just wanted to make sure that I understood it well. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions from the public? Seeing none, going once, going twice. Okay. We're going to go back to the council. Is there any other questions before I request a vote on resolution 2020-33? Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we're moving to resolution 2020-34, which is hazard pay. If I can please ask the village attorney to read the village resolution to the record.
A resolution of the Village of El Portal, Florida, Village Council authorizing the village manager to execute a memorandum of understanding between the Village of El Portal, Florida and the Dade County Police Benevolent Association and providing for an effective date.
Thank you so much. That title does not really give us much information. But for the record, before I even ask for a motion, may I ask the manager for clarity for the members of the council and to the community, please?
Absolutely, it's my pleasure to do so. Miami-Dade County received a large sum of funds that were dedicated to CARES Act relief, meaning Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Securities, that's CARES Act. And it was passed in March of 2020 and some funds were received. The county has since identified a set of funds for first responders, police officers, and firefighters who it is presumed that they have been on the front line and really been responsive in this pandemic. So they have offered this opportunity for these sworn officers to receive a 1% increase during the set time period of the pandemic. And so this is an opportunity for the village to work with the PBA. We would do this memorandum of understanding because we do want to be the conduit to pay our officers this 1% that will not ultimately cost the village anything, but is a part of these funds that is being allotted for our first responders. And I think it is a fantastic option for our officers as well. So I ask that you please consider it so that we can complete our memorandum of understanding with the PBA and then put in for our disbursement from the county. Thank you.
This would allow our police officer to receive additional funding during COVID as
That's
salary.
right. Additional salary, right.
Any members of the council, any question on that before I ask for a motion to consider resolution 2020-34?
No, and I'm sorry, and it's just to, you just clarified, it's funds that are not coming from the Village of El Portal funds.
No.
Okay, perfect. Just to clarify one of the residents' concern as well.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion from the village council to consider adopting resolution 2020-34?
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 2020-34.
The councilperson Urban has made a motion to potentially adopt resolution 2020-34. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by councilperson Perrella. Now, you know that's a change because all of them have been Urban, Nickerson, Urban. A little bit of a change, so thank you there. Okay. There is a motion to adopt resolution 2020-34 made by councilperson Urban, second by councilperson Perrella, to accept the hazard pay with an agreement with the PBA so that the money that the county has received from the CARES Act that can benefit all the municipalities and they will receive a percentage so that our police officers can receive additional funding during that time of COVID-19. Is there any questions or comments from the council to the administration or the police chief? All right, seeing none, before I ask for a vote, I'm going to close the meeting, open up for public comment. Any public comment on 2020-34? Seeing none, I'll open it up. I'll close the public comments, open it up for the council meeting. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabillos.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good job. Village Attorney, may I please have resolution 2020-35 RFP Waste Services read into the record, please.
A resolution of the Village of El Portal Village Council accepting the village manager's recommendation to award the village's collection and disposal of solid waste contract to Coastal Waste and Recycling of Florida, Inc. for an initial 5-year period and 2 5-year renewal options, authorizing the village manager to execute an appropriate agreement and providing for an effective date.
Thank you so much for reading that to the record. Okay, so I'm going to ask, before I even ask for a motion to consider adopting this resolution, I'm going to ask the manager to please give us a little background as far as how we got here today. Let the council and the residents know a little of the background as far as the RFP. What is an RFP versus an RFQ? How long the time frame was? Who were the ones that applied for, and so on and so forth. And then I'll go ahead and open up for comments. First a motion, and then I'll open for comments.
Okay, thank you. Our solid waste removal contractor has been for many years Waste Management, and we've worked well with Waste Management over the years. We've done a lot, some good things, some bad things. We've had complaints, but they're always attentive and ready to cure any issues that have arisen over these years. But we've come to the point now where we've extended that contract more than we needed to, or more than we should have, and it's time for an RFP. So the Waste Management, Mr. Jason Neal, who's our coordinator for our municipality, reached out to me and said, we can't continue with these prices. We have to go up on these fees, and we're gonna, request that you, do an RFP or, solicit this this service out because we want to end, this part of the contract, or this contract by the new fiscal year. So that gave me a few months to wiggle around a bit, but I had to do an RFP, which is a request for proposals for solid waste services in bulk. I put out an RFP on July 20th, advertised it in the Daily Business Review and the Village website, and answered a number of questions that came in from the RFP. Many times companies will send emails or send questions just wanting to get clarity on certain sections of the RFP, of the actual document, so that they can respond. Proposals were all submitted by August 7th, and I went through those proposals. We received 2. One was from Coastal Waste, and the other was from Waste Management. And we've had actually a relationship with Coastal in that they are our recycling provider. Through our county MOU, we have recycling, and Coastal is the contractor that does that. So we did know them, but we also know Waste Management very well. So these are our 2 proposals. I met with 2 members of the community as well as our public works staffer, and we did a Zoom meeting where we went through all of the proposals and scored them and discussed them. And that is where the recommendation came to the village council. All things being equal, I mean, we had 2 very good companies with great track records and reputations, but ultimately the final decision came down to price, and we got a better price, we think, from Coastal, and therefore the recommendation is made to you all to select Coastal. I have invited both representatives from Waste Management and Coastal. We have Jason Neal here, as well as, well, I think he was here, and we have Eileen Damaso, who's also joined by with John Casagrande to answer any questions or to talk about their submissions and to hear your feedback.
Thank you. And the only thing I want to ask that I didn't hear for clarity is that I believe there was a committee that of residents that looked at that. Could we identify who those committee members were, please?
Yes, absolutely. It was Matthew Webb, who's a resident from the Northeast 86th Street, and Mr. His name is Jonathan Carpenter, Joshua Carpenter, I'm sorry, who is from the Sherwood Forest area.
Okay. And the chair of Public Works?
No, the chair of Public Works was not included.
Okay.
I didn't want to have a council member who would then ultimately be voting on that.
I wanted to make clear because I thought I heard that. And then who else? And just yourself and two members, correct? Two village
No,
members.
and the public works staffer. That's
Staffer, that's what it
Yeah.
was. Okay. So you had two members of the community residents and the village, the public works staffer and yourself that
Yes.
reviewed both proposals.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions or comments from to the administration before I ask for a motion to potentially adopt the resolution? And then we, as a council, I'm gonna ask you all if you have questions for both for both companies. They're both online right now. And if you guys have questions or comments, I'm gonna allow the opportunity for one member at a time to come in as a panelist, and then I'm gonna open it up for to public comment. So any questions to the administration before I ask for a motion to consider this adoption of the resolution?
Yes, I only
Councilperson Urban.
I have just one question, and that is the way the resolution reads, are we saying that there are two periods of first right of refusal? Am I interpreting that correct in terms of the 2 5-year renewal options? Is it a first right of refusal?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by first right of refusal.
Well, so it's an initial 5-year contract
Correct.
and then 2 5-year renewal options.
Correct.
So they would have first right of refusal.
Well, they would just notify that they'd want to renew for another 5-year term.
What would the council's options be for essentially doing this? My only concern is we're talking about a 15-year stretch here. So does the council have options for switching vendors after the first 5 years or no?
I would have to look at the agreement. My reading of the agreement was that after the first 5 years, we would have the option to renew it afterwards. So in other words, if you weren't satisfied, you could put it back out for another solicitation after the 5-year term is ended.
Very good. That's my only question.
But the form of the contract is attached to the resolution. So that's pretty much going to be the starting point for negotiating with the vendor you select.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilperson Urban. Any other questions or comments from to the administration before I ask for a motion to consider this? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to consider the adoption of resolution 2020?
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution.
35, 2020. Motion's been made by Councilperson Urban to consider resolution 2020-35. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vice Mayor, okay. Councilperson Perrella. There is a motion by Councilperson Urban, second by Councilperson Perrella, to consider resolution 2020-35 for the RFP waste services. Any discussion from the council before I open up for public comment? Okay. Does the council have any comments or questions to either company who both are on this evening? And how this is going to work is as follows. So if you have questions or comments to the companies, I'll ask you, if you do, I'll ask one by one to come on to the meeting. And thereafter, I'll ask the attendees to come on. Thereafter, I'm going to ask the council if they have a recommendation to adopt the resolution accepting one of the contractors. So at this time, if you have a question for either Coast Wasteful Services or Waste Management, they're both online. We'll get them on, switch over as a panelist, and you guys, and any of us can ask them any questions. So at this time, from the council, do you have any questions for either company? Vice Mayor Nickerson, you do? Okay. So which company do you want to start off with first?
Coastal, Madam Mayor.
Perfect. Having said that, we're going to start off with Coastal Waste, Eileen DeMassa. Kyle, if you can please bring her forward, and I ask the council at this time if all the questions to Coastal can be brought on. Keep in mind one thing. This is an RFP, which is a request for price. So we must be sure that the questions we ask were in the request for price bid that went out. Okay? Okay. Eileen, are you in?
Madam Mayor, I believe there's two representatives from Coastal. I think it's Eileen and John. I believe the Madam Manager said two names, so I'm not sure if you want to bring both.
So let's, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Eileen DeMassa, John Casagrande. I think that's what it is. Okay. Caio, can we please let in Eileen DeMassa and John Casagrande? from Coastal Waste Recycle. The council would like to address them with some questions.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Hi, Mrs. Massa. How are you? Nice to see
Good,
you.
and yourself? Nice seeing you all.
Okay, then we also have John Casagrande. Is he with you? Yes, no?
I believe he might be on the phone because I've been texting him. But I
John, can you hear us? We're gonna ask you each to state your name and address for the record once you start to have to answer some questions. Can you hear us?
I'm texting him now, but you can go ahead and start, and I can communicate with him if necessary.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start with Vice Mayor Nickerson. Mr. Massa, he has some questions for you. So once you start answering, if you can please state your name and address of the company and your address for the record. Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. I only have one question. How you doing, Mr.
Good, and yourself?
I only have one question, and this is my only concern, the price differential, the price difference between you, Postal and Waste Management. You guys came in lower, significantly lower, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys aren't coming in lower, but it's kind of like we're going to be looking out on anything or any services or any quality of production. That's just something that sticks out in my mind. So.
No, and I understand that. And if John, are you on the line because you can answer this
Yes,
question?
I am.
Okay, go ahead. And
John, if you could please, for purposes of the record, state your name of company, and address for the record. Thank you.
John Casagrande, Coastal Waste and Recycling, Florida, 1840 Northwest 33rd Street, Pompano Beach, Florida.
Thank you.
The pricing for Coastal, although maybe less than Waste Management, we didn't, cut any corners. Again, we are very familiar with serving the village. I believe through a recycling contract with Miami-Dade County. We have been in the village almost 10 years now, so we're very familiar with the roads, what it takes to do it. My experience has been in this industry for about almost 40 years now in South Florida. I'm aware of the nuances of the yard waste and things like that. So we were very careful. I believe our price is higher than what you were paying previously with Waste Management. So I believe that our price will be able to afford the residents of the village a very good quality of service.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I only had one other question, which was I know it came up, the type of trucks that you guys use as far as the environment and being environmentally friendly and things like that. I know that's a concern also. You guys use pure gas?
No, we use diesel fuel in our trucks. In today's day and age, the newer trucks that are buying today burn a lot less emissions. They're not as clean as natural gas, but they're not as bad as they used to be.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. No more questions from me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any members of the council, do you have any questions for Coastal Waste Recycle, please?
I have just one or two questions.
Go ahead, Council President.
Good evening. Thank you for bearing with us here. I'm welcome.
Thank you.
So my questions are along the lines of customer service, I suppose. So I would just like to have a little bit of understanding of if a resident has an issue with, like, for example, if a truck comes through and is trying to do everything on the go and leaving cans upside, on their sides, things like this, what would be your protocol for handling resident issues with quality of service? If you could just speak a little bit to that, please.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, Eileen Damaso with Coastal Waste and Recycling, 4701 Northwest 35th Avenue. That's where our headquarters, our offices in Miami are located. We're going to be designated as a person for the village, but also you're going to have a dedicated email address. And in that email address, we're going to share where the resident can go ahead and send a notification that maybe something they were not happy happened, and we can communicate. I've also communicated with the village manager, and whenever there's an issue that they call the village hall, they can always call me directly. One of the points that I wanted to make, and the village is already aware, is I will be the liaison with the village, and whatever is necessary from the village, you can communicate straight with me. My cell phone number will be given out to everybody and anybody from the village. Everybody can have it, and they will be able to contact me directly no matter what day of the week or time, and I'll be responding to that.
Okay, very good. And then I think my last, it might be more of a comment lastly, because it probably has something to do with something that I honestly have zero control over, or the council has zero control over. But in terms of over the years with the automatic arms as they've come around, I'm a little bit saddened, because it used to be 2-3 guys, and and now you see one guy with headphones on. And so I would just encourage you to continue hiring and people. And in that regard, I would just like to make that comment that I, it's a thankless job, but it's a very important job. And a lot of people might disregard the difficult work because they say, oh, well, they get paid very well, So I would just hope that you guys have a good environment there where you've got high morale, staff is happy, and then that would translate into a higher quality service for the residents. So I won't ask you to speak too much about that. I just wanted to offer my 2 cents on that. That's all.
We do have safety policies and safety protocol, and if there was a driver that had headphones on, we will be addressing that, because that's part of our safety protocols and our safety policy. And we do have a lot of training that goes with drivers. And the good thing about this contract is that we are familiar with the village, and we already have drivers there on site. So our manager right now for the contract that we currently have for recycling will be supervising, and will be training some more drivers to be hitting the village and to collect the garbage. So we do have our safety protocols, and that will be addressed.
That's great to hear.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilperson Urban. Any other questions from the members of the council to Coastal Waste Recycle? Okay, if it's okay with the council, I'm going to open up for public comments, so that we'll do the public comments based on the presenter who's here. So Kyle, if you can please close the council meeting, open up for public comments. I have Sandra Valencia. Sandra Valencia, if you have a specific comment or question to Coastal Waste Recycle.
Yes, I do. Sandra Valencia, 8633 Northeast Miami Court. Well, I'm happy to hear that, you already know our city, the part of our waste. So the blue cans that we have are yours, right?
They're the counties.
Oh, they're the counties, but
but we service them.
Service that. Okay, perfect. So my question probably, is for you guys, but we have the green cans are from Waste Management, is the other company. So are we going to get new cans from you guys? Or how does that happen? And if that happens, are we going to see a week of detriment in the service? I mean, are we going to lose our cans, and then probably you're not going to be on time to replace this? How does that work?
We are in communication with our John, do you want to take that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, Sandra, you will be getting brand new 96 gallon carts, and they will become, the ownership will sit with the village once they're delivered. Once the council votes for the contract, we will order these new carts. It takes about 3 to 4 weeks to get them. But we have made arrangements with Waste Management to use their carts until the new ones arrive. And as we deliver the new carts, we will remove the old carts.
Oh, so you will be removing the Waste Management carts and return them to them?
Well, we will give them back to them, yes.
You will give, okay, so, all right, so we won't see a detriment in the service. It will be not a week that you don't pick up because we don't have cans or anything like that, right?
There will be no
No,
service
exactly.
interruption.
Right, there was no, perfect, there's no service interruption at all. It'll be seamless.
Okay, I hope so. You promised me.
Oh, we hope so, right?
You
Right.
will.
John,
It
I
will
don't,
be
John,
seamless.
Mr. Casagrande, you do not know El Portal. Do not say it'll be seamless. If you made that promise, Sandra Valencia is going to hold you to it.
Absolutely, 100%. They know me. Thank you.
There will be no service interruption whatsoever.
Okay, thank you so much.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yes.
Just FYI. Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, great. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comments, open it up back to the council. I want to thank the members of the coastal group that are here. Any other comments from the members of the council for this company? Okay, seeing none, I want to thank you. Does the members of the council have any questions for Waste Management, which is our other provider that applied for this RFP? Going once?
Well, I mean,
Council President Urban, Council Vice Mayor Nickerson. If you have a question, do you have a question for Waste Management?
well, I mean, are we going to bring them on? If I don't have a question, I think, okay, yeah, I'm just,
Okay, I will do that. So, Kyle, if you can please close that aisle. Eileen, thank you. Nice seeing you. John, thank you for being here. If you can please bring in Jason Neal from Waste Management so that the council can also ask them any questions as well as the members of the community. Thank you. Jason, long time no see. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing, Madam Mayor?
Good, good. Nice to see you.
Great, great. Well, thank you for bringing me on here. I didn't hear any questions, but I can make a couple comments and happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Yeah, just give me a second. Does member of the council have any questions for Waste Management? Councilperson Urban, Councilperson Perillo? Don't let me down. You always have questions. Don't make
well, my question, my question is to hear what he has to say, honestly. So.
Jason Neal, the floor is all yours.
Okay, wow, you're gonna make it easy for me. You're not grilling me. Thank you. Well, first of all, I just wanted to thank the village for all these years we've had the opportunity to provide your service. We've actually been working without a contract for 4 years, and we've been under market rate for 4 years. And we stood in there as long as we could, but we advised the village that our costs have gone up every year and there was a need for a rate increase. As it turns out, you are getting a rate increase, less so with the other company than with us. And we understand the financial difficulties the village is facing. So, we respect whatever decision the village needs to make. Again, it's been our pleasure to work there. We've made huge investments in our capital and our equipment. As you know, we do run compressed natural gas vehicles, which are considerably more expensive than diesels. They are cleaner. We think in the long run, they may have a better payback, but the jury's out on that. But certainly many of our customers are demanding that technology. And to Councilman Urban's comment on the automated trucks, it's very interesting. Picking up garbage is an extremely dangerous job. And in the old days, when guys were slinging in the back of a truck, the injuries were incredibly off the charts. It's a very dangerous, as you said, thankless job and very dangerous when it's done manually. So, excuse me, the ASLs actually have been a boon to the drivers. We haven't had to lay off any drivers. I mean, there's always a need for drivers, but now it's much safer for them and they're working with better equipment. So as a matter of fact, even though we've lost a lot of work through COVID, particularly commercial work, we haven't laid off any employees. There's plenty of work for the workers to do. Only now it's a lot safer. So I understand your concern, but the machines haven't replaced people yet.
Okay,
So
I really appreciate that clarification because as a resident that, as the transition to the arms came out, I mean, that was just one of the first things I noticed was just from the residents' perspective, it just seemed like less personnel. So I greatly appreciate that clarification, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, it's better for the employees, and they love it. The guys who run those trucks, they would much rather do that, believe me, than sling cans all day long in the back of a truck. It doesn't seem like a lot, but you do that 1,000 times a day.
In the
that
sun,
takes
in the
a toll.
rain. Yep, absolutely.
We're not made for that. Machines are.
Very good.
So, and by the way, you mentioned recycling. We actually process all of your recycling. We have the largest recycling plant in the southeastern United States. So whether we do your collection or not, we will continue to process your recyclables through Miami-Dade County. So we're not going anywhere. Again, I respect whatever decision the council needs to make tonight, and we're not going anywhere. So if now is not our opportunity, fine. You know, we bow out. We will transition with a new company. And as Mr. Casagrande said, we have been in contact with them should you decide to make the award to them. And they will have at least temporarily use of the old carts there. So, you know, I'll leave it at that. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilperson. Any other question for Jason Neal from Waste Management from the council? Going once, going twice, going three. Okay. Any members of the the attendees, public, that have any questions? Okay, let's bring in Sandra Valencia.
Hi, Sandra Valencia, 8633 Northeast Miami Court. Hi, Jason. I don't have a question because I've known you for a while, and I really appreciate your service, to be honest. And I remember when you used to have the guys in the back, and it was just actually nice to see them. They were really kind, and I used to have my favorites on my block, and I miss them, to be honest. But I appreciate you being here and actually, you know, understanding our situation. I don't know what the council decision will be, but I wanted to express our, you know, sincere thank you for your services. And if you don't stay, either way, but it's been really nice, to be honest. I really appreciate what you guys do. It's not an easy work, and it's not pretty either. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Sandra. Any other question from the attendees? Going once, twice, three times. Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Open it up for the council. Any other questions to either vendor before I ask for a motion? Okay. I want to, before I ask for a motion, I do want to say this. I'm not running for re-election, but I want to thank wholeheartedly Jason and Eileen. I have a long-standing relationship with both of you. Jason, you've been a tremendous supporter of the Village of El Portal and all of our community events. You have donated tremendously to the 5K, donated tremendously to the Easter egg hunt, a backpack giveaway. The Village thanks you. I thank you. I know that our community partnership goes beyond waste management, and I want to thank that, and I do not forget that. I also want to thank that every time I've texted you and called you because a resident has complained that the trash can's lid has been broken, that you've immediately responded, and I want to thank you for that. I agree that it's great to see the men behind the cart. I think that we go back to the dogs barking at that and how that's kind of like our childhood. And I miss that too. I will not tell you the gifts that my husband has given them during the holidays. Not money, but you know, but they deserve to be tremendously rewarded because it is a thankless job. So I want to thank you. And I also want to thank Eileen. Eileen, Waste Recycle, our many residents have asked that they want to see that more. So again, I want to thank both of you. Whatever the council decides, this is definitely a council decision. It's not a decision based on just one of us. As I said, I'm not rerunning. I'm going to go based on what the majority of the council will do, because it'll be the betterment for hopefully for the village, that I choose to not only remain in as a resident, as a business owner, that I will be here. But I do want to thank you because every time I have called you, every time I have texted either one of you, you both have responded immediately to every resident concern, to every resident annoyance or frustration. Both of you have been great community partners, and I could not thank you more. So having said that, thank you for your public service to the Village of El Portal, both Waste Management and Coastal Waste Recycle. So part of me wants to recuse myself from this vote because I feel I have a personal relation with Jason Neal and Aline DeMassa. I know them both very well. And you guys have been fantastic community partners. You know that I can't thank you enough. So I'm going to shut up because if I don't, Councilperson Arber is going to say I talk too much. So I have to be quiet. You know, I have to say this until I leave in November, right? So I'm going to give him a hard time because one day he's going to understand me. So that's okay. I think it's a part of getting a little older. So I thank you, Jason, from the bottom of my heart. And Eileen, you know, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You two have been fantastic, regardless of how many cans you've tipped over, regardless of how many lids you've broken, regardless how many trash you've left along Northeast 87th Street, that Lily Pico will never forgive me for. I thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Having said that, I have a hand raised. Councilperson Roman has her hand raised. So I don't know if it's specifically to waste management, but Jason and Eileen, I thank you both. I am not going to make the motion. I am not going to make the second. But I thank you both for your community partnership to this village of El Portal. Councilperson Roman.
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to also thank Jason and Eileen. I've also worked closely with them. You both have come out to do workshops, town halls with me in regards to recycling and trying to educate the community. And I reiterate what the mayor has said. Anytime that I've had any concerns, I've emailed both of you or texted you, and you both have replied to me immediately and have really resolved whatever the concerns have been. So I think both of you have been great partners. I'm also not going to be here I'm leaving in November. However, I do have to vote before that. So I will unfortunately have to make a decision before I'm able to, is that the majority, to hear the majority. But, it is something that I'm glad it's the two of you that we're looking at because again, you guys both have been great partners. So thank you both. And with the events, as public affairs chair, I really appreciate your contributions, and anytime we've asked, and anytime I've reached out, you both have been there for us. So thank you so much, Jason and Eileen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any members of the council? I see a hand raised. Hold on, stand by. Who's that? No, Councilperson Roman. Any members of the council? Any questions or comments for Jason Neal? All righty. Seeing none. Members of the council.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Manager.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Because I can't raise my hand.
Madam Manager, do not worry that we are going to you. Is there a recommendation, since you're in the selection committee, to the council?
Well, I have to also reiterate that both companies were fantastic. My experience with both of them have been amazing. And I just have to thank you, Jason, for, always taking my calls, always helping me with things, and just, always being very helpful. So I thank you. And that's why it was very difficult to make the decision, but the recommendation of the group as a whole is to award the contract to Coastal. And I ask that you all consider that and just, knowing that it was a difficult decision that was made for us.
Madam Manager, so your recommendation to the village council is to vote for World Waste Recycle. Okay. Coastal.
No, it's for Coastal Waste and Recycling. And again, based on the prices.
Okay. To the village council, having heard the manager, you all have heard that she is making recommendation to, based on price, on the committee that she worked with, that they recommend Coastal Waste Recycle. Bear in mind that the recommendation of the council, recommendation of the administration is the recommendation. How the council votes is how the council votes. So having said that, is there a motion from the village council to accept either the recommendation for the village administration, which is Coastal Waste Recycle, based on the selection committee because of the pricing? Or is there another recommendation to a motion?
All things being equal, I will make a motion to go with the committee recommendation of coastal.
There is a motion made by Councilperson Urban to accept the recommendation of the selection committee to include the village manager of coastal waste recycle. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Okay, there's a second made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. So the motion's been made by Councilperson Urban to accept coastal waste recycle, and it's been seconded by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Was that four already? 4 yeses?
Yes, ma'am.
So basically my vote does not matter. I can just say present.
No, you are on the
I
dais. You have to vote.
I know. Before a vote, I cannot abstain. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you. Yes.
The item passes to accept coastal as the waste services contract 5-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to-
I want to thank the entire council, and I want to thank the administration, and I want to thank members of the selection committee, because selecting a waste management company is one of the hardest things to do. And for us, because this is our biggest contract and our biggest vendor, again, I cannot say it enough. Jason, thank you for the service to the village of Upper South. I've been here for 12 years, and you have been the only vendor I know as a waste management. I feel like I leave now, and I'm leaving them with coastal waste recycle. Do not do me wrong, because they're going to come back and blame it on the mayor anyway. You do know that, right? Because everything gets blamed on the mayor. So do not let me down, because I'm going to be on vacation and they're going to be like, well, the mayor said yes to that. So I thank you for all of your work, Eileen. Good job. And Jason, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We look forward to a great partnership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
guys.
Jason, and
I know
thank
this
you,
is- I
Eileen.
know this is not easy, so thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, administration. Thank you, manager. Thank you to the selection committee that worked with the manager on doing this. And Jason, we will miss you.
I'll be around.
Not Lily and Pico, but we will miss you.
I'll be around.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We are now moving to, it gets even more fun. Okay, now we're moving to the RFQ. Yes, we are moving to resolution 2020-33 RFQ, which is request for qualification of legal services. If I can please have the attorney read the resolution to the record.
Yes, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, awarding request for qualifications number 2020-02, Village Attorney Services to blank, and appointing blank Esquire to pursuant to section 3.07 of the Village Charter, Village Attorney authorizing the village manager to retain whatever firm to negotiate a legal services agreement with blank for the council's approval and providing for an effective date.
Thank you so much. So having heard the village attorney, the interim village attorney, is there a motion to consider the adoption of resolution 2020-33 RFQ legal services? So let me explain to the council how I foresee this to go. Based on the RFQ, which is a request for qualifications, I do see that based on the vote of the majority of the council, we will ask every participant to present. but that's on vote of the council. I will make some comments. The RFQ was not written by the mayor. If I would go immediately based on the qualification format, some will be disqualified, but we're not going to get into that. We can get into that later. So I asked the council a couple of things. Number one, I'm going to ask for a motion to consider the adoption of 2020-33. Once we are done with that, I'm going to ask if the council has any questions or comments from either of the three firms that applied. If the council would like to see them present, I'm going to ask for a motion. I'm going to ask for a second, and I'm going to ask for a roll call, because that's what the RFQ requires. It says the council must request that for a presentation. And then each one can present for 3 minutes, because it is 10:30 in the evening. We're going to ask each one of them to present for 3 minutes. All of us will ask our questions. I will open up for public comments. Then I'm going to ask for a motion from the council if they would make a motion to consider any of the firms. It's really important because we all received an email from a resident this evening. We did an RFQ, which is request for qualification. This is not a request for price. So there's no pricing. So the qualification of the criteria sheet cannot really be used for two reasons. Number one, the RFQ did not say that a criteria sheet could be used. And number two, the criteria sheet cannot include a price because the request for qualification did not include a price. So it's just a couple of things. In our presentation, we want to keep in mind that all the questions that we ask is based on the request for qualification bid that we put out. So having said all of that, which is kind of like a little bit of a lot of information, just if you have the RFQ in front of you, I do, just keep in mind that all the questions and Councilperson Urban, I believe, worked with it or most of it before he submitted to all of us and to the village manager. So having said that, there's a resolution of 2020-33 request for qualifications, legal services for the village of El Portal. Is there a motion to consider adopting resolution 2020-33?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2020-33.
Motion's been made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
Madam Mayor, I'll second the motion to adopt resolution 2020-33.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban to consider adopting resolution 2020-33 and a second by Vice Mayor Nickerson to consider the adoption of resolution 2020-33 for RFQ request for qualification legal services. There's a motion on the table. I asked the council, is there a question or a comment, or would the council like to see a presentation from each firm that applied towards this RFQ?
Forgive me, does that need to be in the form of a motion?
Yes, if you want a
Okay.
presentation, it has to be in the form of a motion, yes.
I would make a motion to have all three respondents make a presentation.
Okay, so Councilperson Urban has made a request that each firm has, do you want to allocate a time?
I would make a motion, I would amend my motion to allow up to 5 minutes, I would say, for this.
Okay. Councilperson Urban has made an emotion and amended it by requesting that each firm, there are three, they're both on as attendees, that have allocated up to 5 minutes, no more, to present on their presentation for being the next village firm or attorney for the village of El Portal. Is there a second? Sorry, that's my dog.
Second that motion, Madam Mayor.
A second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban, a second by Vice Mayor Nickerson, to allow each firm to present up to 5 minutes. Having said that, is there, Madam Clerk, may please get roll call.
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0 for presentation.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move in alphabetical order, so there's no favoritism in any way. So there were 3 firms that applied. We have the law office of Norman Powell, we have Greenspoon Martyr, and we also have Laytonham and Schultz. My apologies. So with that, we're going to go in alphabetical order. We're going to first go with Greenspoon Martyr, Norman Powell, no, Greenspoon Martyr, Laytonham, and then Norman Powell in terms of presentation. So Kyle, can you please let first in Joe Geller with Greenspoon Martyr? Is the council okay with that? It's in alphabetical order.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening and pleasure to be with you. I'm Joseph Geller. I'm a partner at Greenspoon Martyr LLP. We are one of the applicants for the position. We're glad to be before you tonight and glad to be considered. I've been an attorney myself for 40 years. I've been involved in providing services to municipalities for 25 years. And in fact, my first client was the village of El Portal back in 1995. Since that time, I've been the principal attorney for 5 different cities and have been special counsel on a lot of other matters. In fact, our firm served where I, in my predecessor firm or my current firm, where I've been for a little over 12 years, have been the attorneys for the village for 21 of the last 25 years. We were not there in 98 and 99. We were asked back in 2000, and we served till about 2.5 years ago. We're a very large firm, over 200 attorneys, AmLaw 200. We have a number of attorneys at our Miami office, Fort Lauderdale, Boca, and other places. We're in about 8 different states by the last count that I saw. We are able to do almost anything that would come before you in-house. We have a public finance division, we have a labor and employment division, a real estate division, a litigation division, government relations division. There may be some occasions, as you know, due to my service in the legislature, when I might be absent. That's less of a problem, frankly, now that at least while meetings are going on by Zoom, because where you are doesn't make much difference. But we have a great team to assist, some of whom have been in El Portal before. Jason Silver has been in El Portal before. He's served on occasion. Alicia Lewis, excuse me, has served on occasion. We did have an attorney, Stephen Wary, who is no longer with us, although he had done some stuff. But James Rao at the downtown Brickell office formerly served as deputy village attorney for the village, for North Bay Village. I think we can save the village money by bringing a lot of stuff in-house and not needing to go outside. Some still are separate matters, but doing them in-house typically reduces the cost of doing things. I note that there will be a compensation agreement that needs to be negotiated. We're fine with that. We're happy to engage in that negotiation. But I personally did a lot of the labor and employment stuff, although we have a whole division, successfully defending, for instance, EEOC charges that were brought against the village. And the main thing, of course, is to try to keep the village out of court wherever possible. And if something comes up where someone moves against us, to try to get the matter settled. As you may know, I previously had the privilege of serving as the mayor of the city of North Bay Village for a couple of terms. So I'm well versed in what it's like to have to run a small municipal entity like El Portal, North Bay Village is not very dissimilar. And I know how to work not only with council members, but also with the administration, the manager, the clerk, and to be there to support and assist them. And basically, I'll just say, as I did in our presentation, that I believe I bring good judgment. I know that the role of the attorney is not to try to be a sixth commissioner. The attorney is not a policymaker. Policy belongs to the council. Policy belongs to those who've taken the time to campaign, go out, meet their neighbors, talk to them. I know this village well. Policy in some cases also belongs to the administration that has to implement it. The role of the village attorney is to be a problem solver, to be proactive, to take the policy decisions that are made by the council and to some degree by administration and help the council figure out how to get where it wants to get. I'm good at that. I know the ropes. I know what I believe I can help this village. I'd very much like the opportunity to come back. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. Good evening. Happy to answer.
Members of the council have any questions? Vice Mayor Nicholson?
Madam Mayor, if I may. How you doing, Attorney Geller? Good to see you. When my only, I would say my only concern is, you know, I understand with you know, now that we're in Zoom and things like that, you know, but hopefully, you know, we won't be like this forever, right? Hopefully COVID will end sooner or later. And I just have a concern with just, when you can't be there and there's other individuals that are there, you know, we would appreciate that. I just think that maybe at those times, things could kind of fall through the crack because now you're dealing with different individuals, you know, so it's like if we want to ask her for this and you aren't there, then you have to get in touch with that person, get updated. And so that's just my concern with that. I just wanted to say, as far as it's in-house, I think that's a positive when it comes to outside legal services, the cost of that. So that's a big positive. But my only concern is that, you know, keeping up with the many different individuals who could be at the meetings.
To answer your question, I would anticipate under most circumstances, it would be the same individual, presumably James Rao, who, as I said, was deputy attorney for North Bay Village. As the technology has improved, it would be my plan to be present by Zoom, by phone, whatever, for every single council meeting, even while we're meeting again in person, and there would be somebody sitting with you. I would still sit through the meeting myself. I would be in Mr. Rao's ear. I'd be able to answer questions that came up from any of you or from him. And I would be present as we are right now, virtually present for every single meeting, but we would still have someone physically present as well. So you get two for that night.
Madam Mayor, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the council?
I have one question, if I may. Good evening. Welcome. Thank you for your patience this evening. My question is fairly pointed, and that is to acknowledge that there was a fair amount of drama behind your last tenure here, and I would just ask if you could speak to how we could be sure that that same drama would not affect the quality of the work.
You know, I didn't think it was quite as dramatic as all that, to be honest, Councilman. I was there in that last stretch for 18 years. Some mayors and some councils were different than others. They all had their own style. They weren't all 100% smooth sailing. That just doesn't occur. But when the time came, when the council saw fit to go in a different direction, we accepted that. We took that with professional equanimity. We cooperated with the transfer. I was consulted by the administration as recently as, I don't know, 3 months ago about matters I had handled regarding the lawsuit involving the former police sergeant when I was there, later chief, and assisted to the best of my ability. I pride myself on professionalism. To me, it wasn't a matter of great drama. You know, the council saw fit to go in a different direction at the end of '97 when I'd been here for 3 years. I was gone for 2. They went through 3 attorneys and asked me back at the beginning of 2000. So we view the opportunity to serve as a matter of professionalism. Personally, I didn't think it was tremendously dramatic. Attorneys serve at the pleasure of counsel. I don't require notice. I don't require anything, but to me, that was a natural occurrence. Attorneys and managers are hired to be fired like baseball managers. And when that time comes, you accept it with good humor, which I think I did. I didn't have any unfavorable comment about the village, never criticized it in writing, in the press, publicly, or any of its personnel. I recognize that you serve at the pleasure of counsel. I take that seriously, and I don't allow things like that to influence my professional judgment or performance in any way.
Very good, thank you. And then my last question would be, what would you, succinctly describe as your desire to return to the village?
I know this village very well and I care about it. I've been here on and off for a lot of years through ups and downs. I know the issues. I know about the seawalls. I know about the underground construction. I know about the issues with the church over on the corner. I've kind of kept up on it because I have interest in the village. I always kind of kept an eye on the village. I care what happens. I believe I can provide service. It's work I enjoy doing. It is public service. It's not particularly high compensated work, but I care what happens to this village. I care what happens to its residents. And like I said, I like being a municipal attorney. It's an opportunity to assist hardworking council members, most of whom typically in small cities are not some kind of professional politicians. They're residents who want to step forward and do a good job for their neighbors, to protect their property values, to protect their kids. I like that. I'd like to help with that.
Very good. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councilperson Urban. Any other questions for Joe Geller? Okay, seeing none, we're going to bring next Layton and Schultz. Kyle, if you can please remove Joe Geller and bring in Layton and Schultz as a panelist.
That would be Bob De La Fuente, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Kyle, that would be, I think you're bringing him in already. Bob De La Fuente, Esquire.
That's it.
Good evening, and thank you for being with us. If you can please state your name and address and the firm for the record. Please.
Yes, of course. Good evening. My name is Bob De La Fuente with the law firm Layton and Schultz, and we are located at 1200 Brickell Avenue. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members for considering our response to this RFQ. I realize that me and my firm are new to El Portal, but rest assured, we are not new to the legal community. We've been around for a long time. I started my legal career in Florida as an assistant state attorney, where I worked for 4.5 years. So I continue to have good relationships with the state attorney's office, and I have a keen understanding of police work and the interaction that's required between the police and the state attorney's office and how to navigate those areas. After I was an assistant state attorney, I joined the law firm Two Cardenas, which is no longer around, but I worked there for many years where I made partner. In fact, I was there twice. I was there from 1997 until 2004. I left to work as director of Florida development for a New York-based developer. And then in 2006, I came back to Two Cardenas, where I worked until 2014, when my partners and I at Leighton and Schultz left to form our current firm, Leighton and Schultz. So I started doing land use and local government in around 1999. That's an arena that I have enjoyed since then. And that's what led me to actually work in private development, because I wanted to make the leap from working in the law firm to actually working on the business side of things. So during the course of my career, I have worked mostly in Miami Beach, Miami, and Miami-Dade County. In fact, I think the last time I saw your city attorney was back in around 2000 when we were opposite each other in a bid protest in Miami Beach. So it's nice to see you again. Time flies. I'm currently board counsel for the Early Learning Coalition, which is a quasi-state agency. I'm sure you are all familiar with it. And I worked for the Early Learning Coalition when I was at 2 Cardenas for a number of years. My former law partner was the main contact there, but I covered a good number of the meetings on his behalf. About 3.5 years ago, we were selected as board counsel for the coalition. So in that capacity, I attend all the board meetings. I serve them in all the requirements, including contracts, procurement, and advising the board and all their committees on bylaws and other issues as they arise. I also serve as special counsel for the Miami Beach Planning Department and the city manager for land use related matters. So that means I have represented them on appeals before administrative boards within the city of Miami Beach, as well as a circuit court appellate level. And that's because I've been doing a lot of work in Miami Beach since 1999, so they know my work well, and I enjoy a very good relationship with the Miami Beach city attorney. I've always enjoyed doing that kind of work, and he's allowed me to actually be able to help him out in the city of Miami Beach as well. So that's been good for both of us. My firm has extensive city attorney experience, as Dexter Leighton was the village attorney in Palmetto Bay for just until about this past December. So I would serve as backup for Dexter on occasion, where I'd sit with the commission. I regularly worked with Palmetto Bay staff on their village issues regarding procurement, contracts, and zoning. So we are very familiar with serving in a city attorney role as well. We are a small firm, but we have a deep bench. Amanda Corkhand is my very close colleague who is board certified in land use and local government law. We worked together at 2 Cardenas, and then after that, she was actually an assistant city attorney in the city of Miami, where she advised the planning and zoning boards and staff, and was also a litigator. So she has also been instrumental in our representation of the Early Learning Coalition. Again, Dexter Leighton, who was the village attorney for Palmetto Bay, is available. And Claudia Reedy, my other law partner, serves as special counsel to the village of Wellington, where he represents the village in a variety of land use litigation matters. And he's also been instrumental in helping me with my representation of the Early Learning Coalition with their board and contracts issues. So as you can see, we understand the needs of government agencies and municipalities. We understand efficient staffing, and our size firm, we're small, but that allows us to have a deep bench for a small firm, and we are also able to be nimble and responsive to clients' needs. Our experience is detailed more in our proposal. We believe we have the right experience for the village, and we welcome the opportunity to work for you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. De La Fuente, thank you so much for that elaborate entry of explanation of your firm and yourself. I appreciate that very much. Any question from the members of the council to Mr. De La Fuente? Attorney De La Fuente, my apologies. Councilperson Urban, Councilperson Pearl, you can't let me down.
Of course I have questions, but I'm happy to allow someone else to ask questions first.
That's okay, Gary. You got to remember, you and Vice Mayor Nickerson and Councilperson Rolo are the future. So Councilperson Roman and I look to you guys to ask those questions.
You got it. Okay. Good evening and welcome, and thank you for your patience, and glad to have you here tonight. I read through, obviously, your proposal. And I guess my question initially is similar to what I asked Attorney Geller, which is what is a motivation of your desire to come to El Portal?
Well, it's a combination of things. As I mentioned, I started my legal career in government service. Then I made the transition to private law firms, and I've always enjoyed working in government. So I think I found a good way to do that by being able to serve private clients as well as doing this kind of work as board counsel for state agencies and for working for municipalities. It's the kind of work that I enjoy. I enjoy working with collegial bodies, and I enjoy the variety of issues that come before commissions. So as far as El Portal goes specifically, I'm relatively new to the area. I moved to Miami Shores not very long ago. So I am local, and I would welcome the opportunity to work here.
Okay, very good. And then not to let you off easy, I'll ask a fairly pointed question of yourself as well. And that would be in terms of the discussions we've had tonight regarding needs for specialty or outside counsel. It sounds like your strengths lie in issues of development, zoning, land use, things to that nature. And I need to ask, in terms of labor issues, what would your strategy in terms of in-house versus recommendation for outside counsel be, without getting into hypotheticals or too many details, just in general? Would you be able to speak a little bit to your firm's ability to handle specifically labor issues?
Yes, well, this is something that we deal with our representation of the Early Learning Coalition. We handle employment issues to a certain level in-house, but once they reach a more complicated level, we know what we don't know, and we're happy to acknowledge that. So we have relationships with other firms who will assist us and serve as co-counsel in those matters, and they agree to have similar rates to the ones that we charge the Early Learning Coalition, so that the efficiencies are carried over in that situation to the client as well. So that's how we deal with that. And there are several firms that we like to work with, and of course that would be subject to council approval.
Okay, very good. And then I think my final question is, it would be yourself, is my understanding of reading through the proposal, it would be yourself at all of our council and committee meetings, with the rare exceptions where we may have another member of your firm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's the plan. That's how we do it with the Early Learning Coalition. In the 3.5 years that I've been board counsel, I've only missed one board meeting. Similarly to, we would arrange it so that whoever, if the occasion arose where I had to be absent, I could be, I would make sure that they were well prepped for whatever could arise at the meeting.
Okay, very good. Until I come up with another one, I think I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilperson Norman. Any other questions from any of the members of the council? All righty, seeing none. Going once? Twice? I have one question, Mr. De La Fuente. So your firm represents how many municipalities in Miami-Dade County?
You as special counsel?
As village attorneys?
As village attorney, we don't currently represent any other municipalities.
In Miami-Dade County?
Our Palmetto Bay contract. And I'm sorry?
In Miami-Dade County?
Correct. We do not serve as village attorney in any municipalities in Miami-Dade County right now. We serve as special counsel in Miami Beach, and that's it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and bring in the Law Office of Norman Powell.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, or evening by now. First of all, whatever the outcome tonight, I just wanted to say it's been my distinct pleasure to work with everyone in the village. One of the things that I've always wanted to do was be a village attorney, and I've been
Yeah.
able to fulfill that.
Of course, come on.
But this is about qualifications, and I'm glad Mr. De La Fuente remembered our experiences, because I've had experiences with Mr. Geller, Mr. De La Fuente, and they're fine lawyers. Cannot take anything away from them. But I would be remiss in not telling you that I believe I am the absolute most qualified municipal attorney this side of the Mississippi. There's no one that has better qualifications, and I'll just take the time to highlight that. I'm an AV rated, peer review rated attorney. That's the highest rating you can receive from your peers. I'm also a certified mediator by the Florida Supreme Court and a magistrate in the 11th Judicial Circuit. Over the 30 years I've practiced law, I've focused solely, or principally is a better way of saying it, on just governmental and municipal matters. That has included representing the Florida Senate in 2 decades in its redistricting and reapportionment of the state of Florida. That's resulted in me going to the United States Supreme Court, where I've reported decisions. I've gone to the Florida Supreme Court several times, where I also have reported decisions there. I have tried the most seminal cases involving bid protest procurement, and that's the RN expertise. It was a 96-page opinion that was written by Judge Van Landingham, and that was my successful outcome. I've also represented cities as outside counsel, including North Miami Beach, North Miami, Miami Beach, Florida City, in all aspects of municipal representation, including land use, procurement, bid protests. I've served as a magistrate for the Miami-Dade County Procurement Department, where I resolved most of their bid protest matters. When it comes to a village attorney, I think Mr. Gallo said it best. It's a calling, it's a public service. And I also think Mr. De La Fuente said the best thing also. You have to know what you don't know. And since I've represented the village, I've not known 2 areas. And I don't think too many lawyers that would be sitting as a village attorney or a city attorney would be expected to know those 2 areas because they're specialized. That includes finance, bond finance. Since I've been here, we've only hired outside counsel to deal with the loan that the village received from dealing with FEMA and the debris cleanup. The second has involved litigation involving labor. I repeat, litigation involving labor. Every other aspect of the village's business I have dealt with, including just trying the PERC matter before the administrative hearing officer, which resulted in a decision that we'll deal with next week. So what is it that separates me from whoever you all are considering? I think it's a sincere dedication and drive for excellence. It's not taking away anything from anybody else, but in order to represent a community this size, you literally have to be chef, cook, and bottle washer. And I know the manager can attest to that. And in order for this village to move forward, you're going to need that. You don't need somebody on call. You don't need somebody else. Since I have been the village attorney here, I have attended every single meeting. In counting the hours that I have just sat in meetings, since January 1st, my staff and I came up with that number. It's 127 hours. 127 hours. That's since January 1st to today, and not including tonight's meeting. What we need to talk about as applicants is what is the future of El Portal, and how is the attorney going to assist in implementing those policy directives of you, the council, and also the administration, Ms. Alou, as manager. And in order to implement those objectives, you're going to need an attorney who has that diverse experience. Now, if it needs be that I do have to go out and get outside counsel, I've not had the authority to do it, but my partners in Fort Lauderdale, incidentally, we were just nominated and named the #1 litigation law firm in Florida, just recently by US Business Week. There was no coincidence in doing that because we've tried some of the most seminal cases involving governmental matters. So what are the things that I envision and see going forward? Obviously, we had a great presentation tonight by Cavista, but that has to be dealt with legally from shovel in the ground to see certificate of occupancy. We still have to deal with the project involving the school. There's issues concerning the future of COVID. Our charter and code is antiquated. It's been that way for 20 plus years. We've been piecemealing, trying to deal with bringing it into the 21st or 22nd century, but it has to be completely revisited. The other issue is that what are we going to do about resiliency issues? We formed the Resiliency Committee. These are all things that are going to be presented to the village. And if you don't have the dedication and the diverse understanding of how to address them, you're simply not going to move the village forward. In closing, I will say that if you look back at each of the files that I have in my server, when I started less than 3 years ago, the village has moved light years into the future. Yes, there's been some hiccups, but that's with any community. We've completed Cavista. We have the skate park. We've dealt with FEMA issues. We've had special elections. And I could go on and on and on with all the issues that have been dealt with squarely through my office. And I've been able to deal with it because of my diverse experience. So I would certainly love to continue being your village attorney. Why would I want to do that? Most of my family and friends live in this community. I used to ride my bicycle up here as a child from 62nd Street, played at Horace Mann. So everything that happens here is hand in hand, near and dear to me because I have a connection to this community. And that's probably why you'll always catch me working on a weekend on village and municipal issues. So any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Attorney Powell. Any questions from the council to Attorney Powell?
I'll go.
All right.
So, okay. Mr. Powell, good evening.
Good evening, Councilperson Herb. It's kind of awkward. We know each other, right?
Yes, indeed. So the same as you know, the line of questioning with the other two applicants. I know you did just speak a little bit about it, but as we went through this process of creating the RFQ, the question came up several times as to, you know, really what your desire was, and your answers were fairly consistently, you know, whatever the council decides. And so I'd just like to give you just another minute, if you could, just to talk about what your desire is to continue on with El Portal. I know you just outlined quite a bit of it, but
right. My desire is to finish the work and to finish what's been started and to finish it in a highly professional manner for the benefit of the residents of this community. What we do as village attorneys, elected managers, is for the greater good of the community. And there's a lot of things we've started, and I alluded to some of them when I just mentioned some of the things I saw that needs to happen in order to better the code and the charter. But there's a lot left to be done. You know, I was deeply disappointed that we did not close on the charter school. Incidentally, that was a lot of work. We almost got that to the finish line, but that's left to be done. No one's talked about the milk farm, but that is the largest undeveloped area in this part of the county. That is something that this village in the near future is going to have to deal with. Legally and policy-driven determinations are going to have to be made with that. It's an opportunity that will transform this entire village, and I certainly would like to be a part of making that come to fruition. There's issues along Northeast 2nd Avenue that we've had conversations about in terms of the right-of-way, making sure that we have a commercial corridor that's receptive to business, whether that means entering into parking agreements with commercial properties so that folks can park in the swale and not have the kind of issues we're having now. Coming up with an ordinance that addresses that. It's not all going to be done overnight. So to answer your question, that's the long-term vision I have, because we've started the work, you know, and as I've said before, it's never going to be perfect. You know, it's just like a family. There's always going to be tug of warring, but at the end of the day, we all come together for the betterment of the community, you know. So I hope that wasn't too long-winded, but
no, that was great. And I actually do not have a pointed question for you, because in our time together, I have asked you many pointed questions. So,
that I can say, and I can certainly appreciate them.
Yes.
You know, but we're starting to get at least, you know, in the same playbill.
Yeah. So you got it. Thank you sincerely. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilperson Urban. Councilperson Perola?
No, I don't have any questions, more than a comment, but I don't know if you're gonna open it up later for,
Comments are welcome right now.
Okay. Because, I went through all three proposals and like you said at the beginning, it was different than because it's not it wasn't based on price, it was based on, like just other things. And I didn't have any questions for none of them because, I think they're all well qualified for what we're looking for. Like I said at the beginning, mostly it's about the price. What are we going to save money on moving forward? And who's accepting to do the job for less, I guess. I wasn't in favor of actually continuing this after whatever happens with the clerk, because of the process was kind of like, I thought it was like 2 weeks and the limbo right there that we didn't know whether we had more applicants trying to apply or whatever, because of the website or the clerk's email wasn't receiving, and I don't know who was handling the questions for any possible other applicants and stuff like that. That was and I actually contacted the village clerk, the village manager, Mrs. Alou, in regards to that, whether we should have stopped the process or extended it a little more in the circumstances that we didn't have the clerk, which was the position handling the process for the lawyers. But the three applicants that we have on the table, I'm very pleased with all of them. So if you guys are all in favor of keeping it like that, it's fine. But I was moving towards like extending the process.
Thank you, Councilperson Perola. Any other questions or comments from the council to Law Officer Norman Powell? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to close the council meeting, open up to public comments right now. So having said that, I'm going to close the council meeting and open up for public comments. If you have any questions or comments with regards to any of the three applicants to the council. Kyle, we have Sandra Valencia, who is coming forward as a public comment. Please bring her in.
Hello? Sorry. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I got disconnected for a second. I have a question and it's for, the three of them. I've been trying to just go through, the pitch of each of them and stuff, and I'm not an expert, to be honest, in the law realm whatsoever. But my question is to the three of them, and if they can actually answer on the same order that they were presented. What I understand from, one of the things I'm worried about again for next year is getting into so much third parties, like hiring third parties lawyers to do things that supposedly with the agreement that we had with Mr. Powell was contemplated included, like all inclusive. So My question to the three of them is, at some point, whatever the negotiation is in regards to whatever, we have a budget allocated to your services and whatnot, but whatever the negotiation in regards to the contract means is, what is it included in that? It's just a matter of, contracting regarding land and zoning and just representing us during the committee meetings, or is there other services included? Because the thing with Mr. Powell, that is been really confusing for the last couple of years is that the last contract was all inclusive, and it doesn't seem like it, because every time we have to hire someone else and a third-party lawyer to deal with whatever issue is happening in the village. So can you please, the three of them, answer that question? Would that be a full service included, and what kind of services would you include in that proposal or in that negotiation with the contract?
Thank you, Sandra. Before I go to address each potential firm, are there any comments from the attendees?
Madam Mayor, may I interrupt? We have to extend the meeting by a vote because it's after 11 o'clock.
I was gonna work on that next. Okay, Heavies, what time is it? It's 11, so okay, thank you. May I have a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting.
Motion been made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, may I get a roll call?
Councilperson Varela,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, Vice Mayor Nickerson. Oh,
Yes. Oh, you guys didn't hear me? Sorry about that.
I didn't
Yes.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll
item
go back
passes
to, thank you,
5-0.
5-0. Thank you. Good, continues. Having said that, any other attendees that has a questions for any of the three firms? I thought I
just
saw a
need
hand raised.
I just need to make one comment. Am I correct in thinking that we now have a hard deadline of midnight? Like we're not,
No, you've already extended it.
There was
So,
some-
yeah, the charter
Okay.
only says extending it after 11 o'clock.
okay.
Go back and look
All
at
right.
it.
Thank you. Any other questions from the members of the audience? Going once, twice, three? Okay, we're gonna start off with Green Spoon Martyr. Please answer the question that Sandra Valencia with regards, although the request for qualification does not talk about pricing, you can answer the question with regards to whether or not it's all inclusive.
Well, that depends on how the village wants to do it. That's why it's got to be negotiated. What I can
Okay.
say is that we don't anticipate the need for outside counsel basically on anything. We have a public finance section. We have a labor and employment if it gets more complicated than I can handle. We have litigation. We have real estate. We're prepared to handle basically anything that comes up, whether the village desires to have a certain number of things included in the basic monthly retainer service and what those things are. Typically, they don't include like litigation or public finance, bond counsel kind of work, but those, because we're in-house on them, presumably would be cheaper than having to go to outside counsel and also have to bring outside counsel up to speed on things. But that depends on what the village wants. We're happy to work out something.
So presumably the fees will be higher if it's somebody else, and presumably if it's not the person that's assigned to the council, then it will be at a higher cost.
No,
So
ma'am, that's
the one attorney that's assigned from the firm is not necessarily gonna have all the answers, is not gonna be the one attorney that's gonna handle every single case, like litigation, like bond, that would come at a higher cost.
No, I didn't say that at all. I'm sorry, that's not what I said. What I said is that we can handle, first of all, I do most of that myself. I used to do our labor negotiations myself. I used to sit in with the PBA. I handled things like our successful defense and EEOC charges brought against us and other matters like that. So typically I expect it to be me. If there are highly specialized services, we can handle them in-house on a negotiated basis, which is generally going to be cheaper than going to any outside counsel.
Okay, great. So let's go to Mr. Bob De La Fuente from Lakeman and Schultz.
Thank you. Again, I know what I don't know, and it would be very hard to say what all-inclusive means. What we can do is when it comes time to negotiate the contract, we can specifically define what would be included in the price that is charged to the village. If there comes a time when there are areas outside of my wheelhouse or outside my partner's wheelhouses, then that is something that we would be very upfront about and let the village council know that we would want to bring in outside help for that. Now, when we bring in outside help, as I mentioned before, we look to work with lawyers who will honor the same or similar rates to what we charge the village. So the idea would be that the net cost would not really go up for the village unless it's something, an area that is specifically excluded in what would have been predetermined as something that was in the included realm of services. So that's how we would be able to address what the all-inclusive would be.
So it's fair to say that most firms are not all inclusive.
May I?
Yes, I'm saying that it would be dishonest for me to say that whatever we propose would be all-inclusive because I could never predict that.
Okay. Sandra, before I go ahead, we'll have one more person to respond. Law Officer Norman Powell.
Well, you ask questions as well in between, so I would like to just ask another question the same way you did with Joseph.
Give me Sandra Valencia. Let Attorney Powell first answer the inclusive, and then you can ask anything additional.
Right. Well, I think there's a distinct misunderstanding of what my representation agreement is with the village, and I think Ms. Valencia and others have, come or morphed into this all-inclusive term. There's no such thing as all-inclusive. What the agreement calls for is that I charge the village a flat retainer, and the agreement specifically provides or allows for additional billing actually when there's litigation, and it sets the rate. But since I've been here, I've never actually charged an hourly rate for any litigation that I've participated in or actually prosecuted on behalf of the village as a courtesy to the village. I think Mr. Geller and Mr. De La Fuente have stated exactly how this process works. If you have a department in a large firm that has bond finance or labor litigators, well, you can walk down the hall and say, this is the rate we've negotiated, as Mr. De La Fuente just said, and that's what the village would pay. They would have to honor it. Usually, and by the way, we've only, and I said it in my presentation, because this is really a red herring, and I don't know why it keeps coming up. In the 2.5 years I've been here, we've only hired outside bond counsel, and that's through the manager's office, and that rate was negotiated through the manager's office, as I mentioned, for the financing agreement. And we've utilized a labor litigator whose rate was negotiated again by the village. So to the extent that, there's this vacuum of statements about always having to go out for outside counsel, that doesn't comport with reality, because we don't do it. We've negotiated through this office the collective bargaining agreements. We've negotiated the reopeners. We've negotiated development agreement with Cavista and actually been complimented on the work that was done. We've dealt with the school property. So there's no outside counsel coming in and out. I think what the village has to appreciate is what's being said by all of us. You're going to negotiate a contract, and if the objective is to have your core services included in that retainer, that agreement will drive what you're going to be paying on a monthly basis. And the understanding obviously would be for those core services, you're not going to be asked to pay any more. However, if there comes a time when you're going to go into an area, just like every other representation agreement provides for, you're then either going to go down the hall, if you're at Mr. Geller's firm, and go into the bond department and say, this is the rate we've discussed or negotiated with the village, this is what we're going to charge per hour. Or you're going to go into the labor litigation department. But that's how it works. So there's one other point, because I think it's very important, because this is not just for the person asking the question, it's for the benefit of the community.
Correct.
you-
And
if
that's
you
what
look- if-
that's what I bring it up. I brought it up because do you?
Can I finish?
Sandra Valencia, I need you to please let the attorney finish speaking. Thank you.
Right, if you look at what is being presented with other villages, for example, if you look at Biscayne Park, Biscayne Park budgets $75,000 a year for their retainer. Well, Biscayne Park doesn't have a charter that requires there to be 6 committee meetings, and on average, 4 to 5 meetings per month where the attorney is in attendance. But even if you look further than that, Biscayne Park has a reserve of $30,000+ just to deal with labor issues. If you could go down the street to Miami Shores, it's the exact same thing, because anybody who is going to negotiate this type of agreement has to appreciate the fact that there is no such thing as all-inclusive, especially when it comes to attorney time. You can say you want a $75,000 contract, but you can't have meetings that total, since I've been here, 200+ hours, and think that you're going to have somebody there at every single meeting and preparing for that meeting, and also preparing the resolutions and attending all the meetings at the same time. So that's going to be part of the negotiation that has to happen. And that's where you may be able to realize some of the cost savings, if any.
Well, my question to all of you guys, to all the,
Sandra Valencia, any other additional questions?
I am, and I'm talking right now. So my question to all of them was, because the attorney we have right now was brought up 2.5 years ago, and it was brought by the council or whatnot at the time, with the explanation that our fees were raised so much from the former than to this one because this was all inclusive. So that's how it was presented to the residents. It was presented and accepted by the council. So that's why my question is coming to you guys, because that was promised 2.5 years ago. So my following question will be, if you may allow me to, Mayor Cubillas, is from this point on, if we have to hire, like for instance, to Joseph Geller, if you're telling me that you have all services in, inside of your firm, if we have to hire, a special employment lawyer, because we have issues with people resigning, or actually we are getting rid of people not the wrong way, and we're, it's not okay what is being happening. That person within your firm will charge extra on top of whatever you've been hired for.
Okay, Sandra Valencia, let me explain something. So this is public comment, and this is public comment. So you must let me speak. If you want to speak all the time, then you need to run for office. But you must let me speak, because it's 11:30, and to all due respect to all of us on here, you must let me speak.
And I'm asking questions.
Having said that, you can ask any comment and you can say anything, and I can move the meeting forward. But this is good and welfare, and I do not have to ask every single candidate to have to answer every single question. So let's choose our questions wisely so that we can move forward. So having said that, with more than 3 minutes, because Lillian Pico is timing us, please, what are your exact questions?
I'm ready to answer it. May I?
Yes, please.
So Sandra Valencia, what other question besides that do you have before I wrap up the 3 minutes, please?
I just said that, and the 3 of them can ask.
Okay, thank you. So having said that, Joe Geller, please answer her question.
Okay, first, it depends on how we negotiate the contract, and I'm open-minded on that. The answer, though, is that if it's litigation in nature, typically, whether it's me or one of my colleagues doing it, there is an extra charge for litigation, okay? When I was working for the village, the retainer I was being paid was $1,500 a month. And that was to include an awful lot of services, and it was really woefully inadequate, to be frank. So it should have been raised, and it needed to be raised. But litigation typically is extra. Bond counsel typically is extra. Typically, I can secure those at the same or at least similar rates for hourly work that I'm charging for hourly work. But if it's litigation, I mostly would do that myself. I might consult with a client, a colleague about some of the issues, but I anticipate doing that. Bond counsel usually is negotiated rates based on the complexity, the size, and what's involved in it. So it's really, I don't think it's necessarily in the village interest to say we're doing something on what's called all-inclusive, because if the retainer is fixed high enough to cover anything that might come up, and then things don't come up, you're paying money you don't need to pay instead of paying on an as-needed basis with a more modest retainer.
Okay, thank you, Joe Geller. Having said that, Sandra Valencia, do you have any more questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Warner Dreyer, please bring him in.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, all. Just one question.
State your name and address for the record. I know you've been on a few times, but please name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Warner Dreyer. Address is 486 Northeast 87th Street. So just one question. No, I've had, I've interacted with the folk, a couple of the attorneys here. But just one general questions. If you guys can all address, just want to understand a little bit more, on what ethics is and how you guys practice your behavior and how to, conduct a moral, on ethics and what decisions you take as far as, any decision. So I just want to understand from your perspective, and if you can give some examples, that would be greatly appreciated. And the reason for the question is because, again, what you decide, ultimately it's, it impacts us as residents. So it's always good to understand, your view on ethics and how you conduct yourselves on practice. So that's my question. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilperson Dreyer. I'll allow each attorney to speak for one example for 3 minutes each, starting with Joe Geller.
I think that's an important, thank you, Mayor. That's an important question, Councilman Dreyer. I believe that that's the most important thing in serving in public office. I've served in one form or another for many years. I've had family members, my ex-wife, my brother, both served many years in public office, and I've been involved in it for literally decades. And I'm proud of my reputation. Nothing is worth sacrificing your reputation. You do what you can, you do it right. There's one way you do things. You do them the right way. Sometimes that's inconvenient. Sometimes it's irritating. If necessary, if I see something wrong, I'm honor bound as an attorney to report something if I see it wrong, and I will, and I have. You have to conduct yourself in a way that doesn't depend on who's looking. You have to conduct yourself according to an internal ethical compass. I've always tried to do that in my public office and in my public service, and nothing is going to make me stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Geller. Can we code notes to Bob De La Fuente?
Thank you. One of the things that that comes up often in my role as board counsel of the Early Learning Coalition is reminding the board members and the committee members of their fiduciary duty to the office that they hold as board members and as committee members. And that includes following a code of ethics where you have to avoid conflicts of interest and you have to avoid personal enrichment. And that's something that I take seriously myself. It's something that I'm very conscious of because of my role in advising others to follow that. And that's how I lead my life and how I lead my practice.
Thank you, attorney. If I move now to the law office of Norman Powell.
Yes, ethics is the lifeblood of attorneys. If you're unethical and you do unethical things, you shouldn't be an attorney. I mean, you should be familiar with the rules regulating the Florida Bar. I have another layer of ethical rules that I have to follow because I'm a magistrate appointed by the 11th Judicial Circuit. And believe it or not, I have to follow the judicial canons of ethics. In addition to that, we certainly have the Code of Ethics for Miami-Dade County and the Florida ethical rules that are actually incorporated in the Florida Constitution. So, you know, if you do not have ethics as your compass and guiding you in the decisions you make, you shouldn't be a village attorney. You shouldn't be practicing. I think it's not just for attorneys. I think it's for everyone who's involved in the public service. Because if you can't be ethical and you can't look out for the greater good of the community, as I mentioned before, then you're useless. You're worthless. And I'm proud to say, since I've been practicing law, I've never been found to ever have violated any ethical rule.
Thank you. Appreciate it for the responses.
Thank you, Warner Dreher. Thank you. See no more hands raised as attendees. I'm going to close the public comments and open it up back to the council.
Is that my cue? Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So I wanted to remind the residents and anyone watching of how we have arrived at this. So we had an interim position, and so the appropriate action to take at that point is to do a search and seek the most qualified and best fitting candidate for the village. So I do want to acknowledge that this process is not a commentary on Attorney Powell or his performance with the village. It's in fact nothing more than the council performing the diligence required when an interim position arrives. And so in that regard, we are fortunate to have three, what appear to be three eminently qualified candidates. And so we have a difficult but necessary decision to make tonight. So I just wanted to make that comment in light of some of the comments from residents. Just want to remind everybody that that we are here in a matter of diligence to this evening, and the difficult, just as with the proposals between Waste Management and Coastal, it's not an easy decision, and there can only be one firm selected, and so in that we just need to all stay focused on what is the best for the future of the village. So, and again, we're fortunate because we have three eminently qualified candidates. So, just want to make that comment.
Thank you. Having heard that, right now we have resolution 2020-33, which is the request for qualification for legal services that have been read into the record. At this time, do we have a motion from any council member to potentially accept any of the three presenters this evening that have properly procured the process?
Okay, so I will make a motion to select the firm of Layton and Schultz.
Councilperson Urban has made a motion to accept the firm of Leighton Schultz. Is there a second? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? The motion dies for lack of a second. Is there a motion from the members of the council to accept any of the 3 firms set forth?
Yes, I'll make a motion to accept Mr. Greenspoon matter, Joseph Keller.
Councilperson Louis Perla has made a motion to accept, to consider a Greenspoon martyr. Is there a second? Going once?
Second that, Madam Mayor.
A second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion?
So I think I owe it to the all 3 applicants to explain my decision for my motion. So my discussion is simply that in the discussion of all-inclusive, not all-inclusive, outside counsel issues of a cost, the reason I had made the motion for Leighton Schultz was because they are smaller and local. I do think that we would get a high degree of service, and then with the acknowledgement that they could not guarantee that outside counsel would not be necessary, I believe that that would have factored into the negotiation once we got to contract and price. So now that this motion is on the table, my comment would be to the council to bear in mind that the heart of the discussion this evening has been whether or not the firm would be able to handle at a set cost all issues that arise. And so we need to, assuming that this would pass with whichever candidate, that obviously is going to be the leading factor in discussions and negotiations regarding cost, compensation, and price. So so I don't have too much more to say at this point. I'll be happy to hear everybody's thoughts.
Thank you, Councilperson Erblum. I'm going to add to that. Whether or not those of you that would want to hear what I have to say, some of you say I talk too much, some of you say I talk too little, but I do believe that institutional knowledge is important. I have tremendous amount of respect to attorneys. I'm married to one, and I have a tremendous amount of respect to the time that they put into the profession of law. Having said that, I can't say that in the time that I have served in this village, many, and I say many members of this community prior to Norman Powell coming on this dais expressed tremendous amount of concern when we had a former attorney on here. And I have no problem in saying that this former attorney, friends with my husband, more than Norman Powell is a friend of mine or my husband, it has been claimed in the past that Norman Powell is my friend or my husband's friend. That is not a true statement. Joe Geller, I can say, has been incredibly friendly and kind to myself and to my husband on a personal note. But this is not personal to me. When I was elected council for many years, I watched over the council for 6 years, and I watched how things were done in this village. And when I decided to run for mayor, I made a decision, and that decision that I made was to actually really work, and I did. And I worked tremendously hard to represent and cover and help this village as much as I can. And one of the things that I was tired of as a council member was to see that the village was always placed second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth on the agenda of many others. That was not mine, to include the attorney at the time. Many members of the community will call, text, email me, and call me to tell me, how can you work alongside when you're trying to progress and move the village in so many different ways. But because I had a tremendous amount of respect for Joe Geller and who he was and his experience and the firm and going into Tallahassee, it's really hard to vote against that. But when I voted, when I ran for mayor, I made a decision. It was not about me. It was not about the firm, and it was not about any other big company that would come in and really rule over the village of El Portal. I really made a conscious decision that whatever I did was really for the village of El Portal, because I live here and I actually work in the village of El Portal, owning 2 properties, commercial and personal. So my decisions were never personal. Although this is a hard decision, I was very frustrated at times because of the absentees of the village attorney, of the wanting to move the village forward, but never getting answers. I am proud to say that I have been the mayor since November of 2014. And since about 2017, this village, with the exception of Irma, and once you all get the money, this will be a different conversation, have seen great progress. We have seen more than $1 million given to us in appropriation. We have seen $1 million given to us in development agreement. And that was under this administration, to include us as 5 as a council, this manager, and this attorney. And this work doesn't come because of me, because nothing can happen with one person. It happens with 5 of us, actually 3 of us. But it also happens with a manager and an attorney. And actually, no offense to the manager, sometimes more so the attorney, because we really need their backing on this. We need their backing on what the council thinks and wants, and we want their backing on what the manager reads on. And it took a long time for this village to see progress. A long time. And Vice Mayor Nickerson, if anybody knows more than me about that, it is you. It is you, because we have not seen the progress that this village deserves. We have not seen progress that this village needs, and we're seeing it now. I am not saying that I am perfect, because I am so far from it, and I am far from the manager, the attorney, and any of us to be perfect, because we all have a lot to learn. I learned a lot tonight, and I learned a lot from every meeting that I come to. And I'm not saying that Norman Powell is perfect. And I'm not saying that Joe Geller was not perfect. And in fact, Councilperson, I respect the motion that you made before. Tremendously, actually. This is a hard decision, but this is not a personal decision, and it's not about drama. It is really about where we want to be as a community, because when I am off this council in December, as I will be, I will see you all when I am walking my dogs. I will see you all when I'm riding my bike, and I will see your children at my center. And I am here for the greater good of this community, not as the mayor, but as Claudia Cabillos, who's a resident, and I have been as I have been since 2008, and I care tremendously for this village. And the tremendous progress that we, not Claudia, we have made in 3 years has been great. So I ask you all to think about that. And a lot of relationships have lost, a lot have been gained. And I can also say that a lot of labor litigation that we've had in years past, we've lost. We've lost. It's not to say it was right or wrong, but we've lost. Think about that. Since 2017, we have made amazing progress. We've had trials and tribulations when we have not agreed on a lot of things, but I profoundly believe that the 5 of us, with wives, husbands, spouses, and children in this community, agree on that and the great things that we are doing. But those great things will not happen with a strong manager, without a strong manager, and without an involved boutique style attorney. Like we have Serbia, which from December 14, and I will say that although hiring an urban planner was my decision, I never voted for Serbia. But I am so glad that the council that was with me at the time saw greater than I did. And 4-1 Serbia was here. And why have they been so beneficial? Because they're a boutique style urban planning company that matches our philosophy, matches who we are, and matches what our vision is. And I think alongside of that, so does our attorney or a firm needs to be as well. So Councilperson Urban, I am sorry I talk long, but I really mean this profusely, that I think we all need to think about this as a whole. It's not personal. And I promise you, as my husband, who's standing before me, holding my dog in front of me, who really thinks the world of Joe Geller, because he does. It's hard for me to have to say this, but I have to think of the greater good. And I do believe that a lot of us have a lot of responsibility and a lot of commitments. And when I hear of all the responsibilities that the firms have, I want to know that whoever we pick, Albert Tal is 1, 2, and maybe even 3 and 4 in their list and priority. Thank you. Any other comments from the council? There's been a motion made by Councilperson Perrella, and there was second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Am I correct? Madam Clerk, may I have roll call? My apologies. Oh, no, go ahead. I see a hand raised in attendees, but I guess we can do it afterwards. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call?
Madam Mayor, we can't let the attendee in before, just in case they have to say something like according to like the vote we're about to take, maybe.
Does the council want me to do that beforehand?
I think we should.
Okay, my apologies. So let me close the council meeting real quick and let in Ibis Garcia. Ibis Garcia, Kyle, let her in, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for your time. Ibis Garcia, 500 Northwest 87th Street. I hope you can hear me well.
Good evening, Ibis. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Great, thanks for the update. I just wanted to give my 2 cents. I've been listening all night. Very long meeting, and I give you credit for the fact that you guys are still going. I happen to be a night owl, so for me, this is normal hours. I'm actually still in my office working, but I give you credit for all of the work that you're putting in and all the hours that you're putting in. When it comes to the lawyers, my 2 cents are this. I have watched the city change and grow for the last 6 or 7 years. And I've tried to stay as involved as possible because of how committed I believe to be to this city. I've lived in a lot of places. I've lived in big cities. I've lived in small towns. I've moved a lot. And through Miami. I've lived in many, many cities in Miami. And this city means a lot to me because of the residents themselves, the village, everything about it. I've seen it change dramatically during these last 6 years, and it's been because of the people that have been involved in both the council, the mayor, her work, the manager, her work. I've worked with the previous manager before this one, with projects and things like that that had come up. And the current state is much better than it was before. The lawyer issue for me is that when Mr. Geller was with us previously, there were a lot of problems. I heard residents complaining on a regular basis. I would hear it at meetings. I would hear it because he wasn't always available for us. He didn't have the time. I know that Mr. Geller is a great attorney. It has nothing to do with him personally, but his firm ran out of time for us. There were meetings he wasn't able to attend because there was no time for us. There were things that got put on the back burner that became a big problem legally because he had no time for us. And I can't say about the third firm that's brought in because I don't know them. I have seen what our current interim attorney has done, and I think he's done an excellent job. I have rooted for him because he's done a lot of work and he is sincere at what he does. And in no time in my history do I recall or have the belief that any attorney that we've had in our midst has agreed to an all-inclusive anything. I can't imagine any attorney would agree to an all-inclusive contract of any kind because you have no idea what legal issues are going to show up. And that may or may not be in your wheelhouse. And you have to give that to another attorney. So of course there's going to be more fees because a retainer does not mean all-inclusive. When I've had to hire an attorney for a retainer for real estate, I had to pay him the first part, but when he got to a certain point, he had to charge me more for other things. And I get that. So the idea that the contracts at any point said it was all-inclusive is not something that I ever remember the city or the village agreeing to. Simply put, I believe the choice should be between our current interim attorney who has worked in the village and already knows what issues we have, what problems need to be done, and what needs to go forward. He's put in a lot of work already. Or a new firm that is not used to the village yet per their own explanation. They're new to what the village would be. They'd be new to our problems here. And there are so many issues that are in the process of getting solved. I see them coming forth, and there are things that are out of control that hopefully will be resolved. For example, FEMA. We have no idea when the state and FEMA are going to figure their things out, because that's a whole different ball of wax that we don't even need to get into. But we should focus on what we do have in progress with the people we have in progress. Again, nothing personal to any of the attorneys. I don't know them on a one-to-one basis. So I'm not saying this because Mr. Powell is my best friend in any way, shape, or form. I do not know him outside of village meetings. But my experience was that when we did have Mr. Geller's office, we were not a priority to his office. And I would not want us to go back to that situation once there's a contract in place. I would prefer to either work with what we have existing, or if you decide not to do that, possibly that new firm. But again, I believe they don't have the experience necessary that we currently have to be able to solve our problems going forward. I hope I didn't ramble too much because it is late, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ibis. One more, Warner Dreher. Kyle, please.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Again, my name is Warner Dreher, 486 Northeast 87th Street. As you guys have known, I lived here in this community for the last couple of years, and I've been able to see from the residents' perspective, and also I have sit in the council seat. I've had, the time, the privilege to work with Joe Geller, and as well with Norman Powell. Well, I appreciate both, their efforts, but something that I want to just highlight based on the previous comments, my experience, with them, with both, I got well together. I worked with them well. But just to highlight, based on the previous comments, that my experience with both of them, the times that I requested feedback, I received the feedback on a proper response time. So from my experience working with both of them, and I just want to highlight as well, with Joe Geller and Norman, has been a very positive one. So, and I'm just highlighting this in the comments that were made previously, right? Whether it was a previous resident or somebody else, I just want to share my experience with working with both of them. So that's my feedback, and I hope you guys consider that as consideration as next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Warner Dreher. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments and open it up back to the council. Any other discussion or comments from the council? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, can I get roll call? The motion right now that we're voting on is that Council Perrella made a motion to take Green Spoon Water with Joe Geller, and it was seconded by Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Roll call is Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
No.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Caballos.
No.
Caballos. The item passes 3-2.
Do you have to now appoint a firm to negotiate the agreement with Mr. Geller?
I will defer to the three members that voted on this. Because I disagree with what just happened, so I will defer to the three members that just voted on this.
Madam Mayor, we will, if it's okay with the other two members, we will contact, I'll contact the attorney tomorrow, the attorney and the manager with the firm to negotiate.
No, actually, that's not okay. I think the residents have a right to, oh no, right now.
Madam Manager, being that Madam Mayor, being that we just chose this individual, we don't have a firm right now unless we can hire Attorney Powell's firm to do it. Otherwise, there's not a firm up here that we can commit them to do it. We have to speak to firms first before we can commit a firm to do that.
Well, we have known that this is going to come before us, so this should not be a surprise. How we're going to vote also something that we should not be surprised. So there needs to be a plan. So I think it's important that the residents know what the plan is, because you all have just decided that you're changing village attorney. Having said that, when is that going to happen? Tomorrow? Is there an effective date? I think there needs to be a plan of action, and I think that the council needs to know as well as the residents. And I think the members that have voted on that needs to also share that information. And
Who was the firm we used to do the contract for the interim attorney?
Well, interim attorney and hiring an actual firm is a different story. Having said that, have you all decided on what you're all going to do, knowing that we were going to hire a firm?
Madam Mayor, could we please have Full Moon bring Bob De La Fuente over, please? Mr. De La Fuente, how are you doing? Good to see you. Mr. De La Fuente, would your firm mind being the one that negotiates the?
I'm sorry, my headphone just died.
No problem, no problem. Would your firm mind being the one that negotiates the contract with our new village attorney? Would that be?
I'm sorry, my headphone just died, so I lost that part.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
I said that would your firm mind being hired to negotiate the contract with the new village attorney, between the village and the new village attorney?
Sure. Yeah, we can. I will talk to my partners about that. Yeah, we can. But we can talk more about that tomorrow.
So what would the fee? What is your hourly rate to that?
Okay. We would extend the government rate. It would probably, I have to get this approved by my partners, but it would be $2.50 an hour.
And how many hours are you anticipating this is going to run?
I don't know. It would be irresponsible of me to take a guess at that because this is, I don't know how extensive these negotiations
Would it be irresponsible of you to take a guess because it would be the first time you're doing this?
I'm sorry.
Would it be
It's
irresponsible?
the first time I would be
Is it
negotiating.
the first time you negotiating a contract for a municipal attorney to a government entity?
This would be the first time that I would be negotiating one. Yes, that wasn't my own.
So it would be the first time that your firm or you would be negotiating a government, a municipal attorney to a government entity.
I'm not saying that. I haven't spoken with my law partners. I don't know if they've done this. And it's midnight, and this is the first time I'm being asked to do this.
Okay. So having said that, how are you all going to handle it and when is that going to be decided? Omar Nickerson.
That would be decided tomorrow. I'm sure that we have to give him time to talk to his partner and those in his firm. And we'll do that and be in contact. I think that one thing needs to be clarified though, because Madam Mayor, you did say that we came into this meeting knowing how we were going to vote. That is not true on my behalf. I came into this meeting open ears to hear everybody. And me and Mr. De La Fuente were playing phone tag. So we were trying to get in touch with
Vice Mayor Nickerson, with all due respect, it's midnight. If you have nothing else to say, keep us abreast of the situation. I'm going to go ahead into the committee.
I was just correcting what you said, Madam Mayor.
Well, I think we all need to be prepared all the time. And that's what takes being a mayor or a vice mayor or a council member. To the village manager, let's go ahead into your report, please.
Good evening. I'm going to be brief because I have an extensive report that I'm going to post on the village website tomorrow for more details. I encourage you to review it. I provided this to the members of the council before this evening's meeting. The village administration continues to observe the coronavirus CDC guidelines and practicing safe and social distancing, remote work and staggered work schedules. We continue to clean the village hall and to abide by CDC guidelines. As I stated before, we are still closed to the public except for appointments, by appointment. And we ask that everyone always wear a face covering when visiting the village hall if you have an appointment. We are, I'm just going to give you highlights about the Hurricane Irma recovery funds. Our consultant is still answering RFIs, that's requests for information from FEMA. They are to date on par and answering questions, and we hope to continue to get some positive feedback, and hopefully we can get our recovery back. That is priority one for us. We have, a number of things have been happening. I mean, we did miss a meeting for August, so there have been a number of items. I've been very involved with the Resiliency Task Force, participating in their meetings, but also providing a resiliency report that kind of discussed the status of the village presently before their input. And they met with positive reviews from the task force, and I'm looking forward to working with them to address our needs and just to see us move forward. We've established a communication email for the Resiliency Task Force. It's sustain@villageofelportel.org, and they can be communicated with through that avenue. The Vice Mayor and I attended a meeting with the county's resiliency officer, and we also had the chair of the Resiliency Task Force with us on that Zoom meeting, where we got high marks and praise for the task force's efforts, and And also they give us some information about best practices and some resources and also suggestions about partnering with other municipal agencies. We have our code enforcement officer back from extensive illness, but he is back in the saddle and working hard to address a lot of the code enforcement issues. I know that our Councilperson Urbum and the Code Enforcement Committee made a statement about just getting back to what the village really represents in terms of our beauty and showing prosperity and goodness and cleanliness. And so we are moving back towards that. And Code Enforcement Officer King is provided a list of properties that have been cited even during his short return. So we are moving forward with those plans. The building department, as you all know, our building clerk resigned. She has been replaced temporarily by CAP government with our building official as well. And we're making some headway in just organizing that office and getting permits and plans where they need to be properly, and have been addressing people requests within 24 to 48 hours as quickly as possible. So we are addressing that lack as well. I personally have been working a lot in the capacity of village clerk in terms of handling a myriad of public records requests, as well as other duties that fall under village clerk. And I'm looking forward to a permanent clerk being identified and moving forward. But we have been all kind of pitching in wherever possible. And I'm going to skip over some of these other items, but just know that the public, in terms of public affairs, the village website is moving along in terms of the renovation of the site. We're repairing it or improving it. Our webmaster is showing us some samples of what she had in mind, and moving forward and getting archived information transferred to the new site that she's developing for us. In the meantime, our old site is still functional, and we take permit applications now through the website as well. So it is functioning, with a little bit of a lag for new content, but know that the new website is forthcoming, and we're excited about that. And even today, I attended a Vision Zero Champions workshop with the county that talked about implementation plans for proactive procedures and collaborations to drive down crash fatalities and serious injuries and those kinds of things. And it was for city managers and leadership, but this is something I'll be working with our Chief Magnuson on as this develops. And Chief Magnuson has also been addressing a lot of things in the village, and has a report that he wasn't able to give in August because we didn't have, August, because we didn't have our committee meeting, or September, I'm sorry. We didn't have the September Public Safety Committee meeting, but in my report also kind of outlines some of the accomplishments of the police staff as well. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to contact me in the office or via email, and I will post my village manager's August-September report on the village website under the village managers section. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, village manager. Interim attorney Norman Powell.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, seeing none, I'm also going to defer my report. I had a long one, but after tonight's meeting, I think I'm pretty much done. Any unfinished business? New business? Good and welfare. We have Joe Geller. Bring him in. Yeah, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to express my appreciation to the council for its vote. I'd like to express my appreciation to the citizens. To my colleague, Mr. Powell, I will certainly be in touch to assist in as smooth a transition as possible. I would suggest that perhaps before you adjourn, since you have an issue of negotiator, you could fix a budget, perhaps 2,500 or 3,000, and delegate a selection to the vice mayor to select an attorney that would be independent, that would be able to assist the village in negotiating its contract, and the council by setting a maximum budget for it, don't have to be the maximum expended, but that would certainly cover any eventuality. That way you can leave with that decision, at least, as you put it, Mayor, with a plan in place. So that was my only comment, other than to say thank you, and I'll work hard to do the best I can for the citizens of this village.
Any other comments from the audience? All right, seeing none, back to the village council. Any other comments? All right, seeing none. May God bless El Portal, because you all are in for a rude awakening. Hope you work on the Pannoni contract, which is one of the first things I think you need to work on. We have a couple of poison pills in there from Joe Geller, so I wish you all Godspeed on that. May I have a motion to adjourn? It is 12:12 in the morning.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Roman. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Urban. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, the council meeting concludes at 12:13 p.m. Highly doubt you all will be smiling in a year from now.
Guys, take care.
Godspeed, I'm gone.